of absence. I now hand over to Councillor Kerry Shine in respect to a declaration that he has in respect to item 8. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. I request that it be minted that I declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 04 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on the 8th of February 2022. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. That's noted. We don't need a resolution on that. You're simply telling us what you're doing. Hand over now to Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Item 8, reception of consideration of committee reports. Item 8.3, Infrastructure Committee, 8th of February 2022. Item 4 of that committee, the confidential item, Russell Street Streetscape Refresh Project, selection of public artwork concepts. I request that it be minuted that I declare a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 4 of the Infrastructure Committee meeting 8th of February 2022, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Now, I've got a second declaration as well, if you're happy to receive that. Declaration of declarable conflict of interest, item number 14, matters of which notice has been given. Item 14.1, Toowoomba CBD on-street and off-street parking rates. I'm informed this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. The declarable conflict of interest arises because I'm part owner of property at 435 Ruthven Street and 2 Club Lane, Toowoomba. In making this declaration, I consider that the item is an ordinary business matter and that my interest is no greater than all property owners and business owners in the CBD. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine pursuant to section 150ES of the Local Government Act 2009 whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thanks very much, Councillor McDonald. I don't think there's any need for resolutions. We've been through all this before. And, sorry? This is a new one?
It's a new one, yeah.
Any questions for Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Von Hoff?
No, I'm happy to agree that Councillor McDonald doesn't have any greater or lesser interest than any other CBD business owner, and I'm happy to move that he stays in the meeting.
Moved by Councillor Von Hoff, seconded by Councillor Carol Taylor. Any questions? Those in favour? That's carried.
Mr Mayor, can I just make a comment as well too? I'd just like it noted, and I mentioned it at the committee meeting, and as I chair the public reference art group for the Russell Street Streetscape, I have declared each time that I have a friendship with one of the artists. I haven't spoken with that lady whilst this has been going, and I don't intend to until it's settled. But it has been decided by both the PARG and by council that I have no conflict whatsoever, but I just do want it noted. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. We'll move on. Just to give you a little bit of a briefing on today, TS Toowoomba Surat Basin Enterprise are only able to be here at 11 o'clock, so consequently we'll rearrange things to take their presentation at 11, and that will mean we'll have to go into confidential. And also today at midday, I did have an offer originally from Di Farmer, the Minister for Employment, Small Business and Minister for Training and Skills Development, to have lunch today with me. She's more than happy to come and join all of us for lunch, which I think is a pretty big honour for us as a council to have a minister in town. So she'll be doing that at 12 o'clock. So we'll conform to those timeframes, councillors, as best we can. We move now to item 3, which is a confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 18th of January 2022. Councillor J.J. O'Shea was not present at that meeting. Do we have a mover? Councillor McDonald has moved. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded. Any questions? Those in favour? That is carried. Item 4, any business arising from those minutes that hasn't been dealt with? If not, we'll move on. Are there any petitions to be presented today? Not, we'll move on. As councillors, as I said, we're very honoured to have Sergeant Cam Crisp. And Cam, if you wish to come down to the lectern, please. Cam has had a very long career in police force, and I think I saw something up on Facebook the other day of a young Cam Crisp when he was first entered the police force. But Cam, I think each and every one of us who know you and have interacted with the PCYC realise the contribution you've made to this community. We thank you very much for that, and we look forward to hearing from you. Normal procedures with presentation is to about a 10-minute speech and then questions, and we'll go from there. So, sorry? Yeah, well, item 6, councillors, there's nothing that I wish to bring forward today. So over to you, Cam.
Okay, good morning and thank you for the opportunity. For those who haven't met me, my name is Cam Crisp. I'm the officer in charge of the PCYC. Yeah, I did clock up 40 years last week in the company, and I'm just shy of 18 years as the PCYC manager, so I've been there a little while. I'm here today at the invitation of Councillor O'Shea, so thank you, to discuss and talk to you about our Restart program. Restart is a program that we kicked off in 2014 with the schools. It's a crime prevention strategy. Basically, it's in relation to kids getting suspended from school. So we identified well back, and it's not rocket science. So when kids get suspended from school, it puts the parents out. So you've got mum or dad have to stay at home to look after the said child, or B, said child does what the child wants to do. Mum and dad don't look after the kid at home, finishes up in the CBD, plays up and causes strife. So that then obviously causes a policing issue in relation to calls for service and antisocial behaviour down in our streets. So we identified that, and we put a proposal forward many, many years ago with a couple of young youth workers in those stage to put in place a 2-week program where if a child is on long-term suspension, then we would bring them down to the PCYC and engage them positively. So we worked on a lot of social skills, attitude, behaviour, etc., just so we could A, get them off the street from a policing point of view, and B, also get them back into the education system the best that we possibly could. So I guess at the end of the day, I probably should just quickly touch on what PCYC is. So for those who don't know, PCYC is not a government organisation. I really wish it was. It would make my life so much easier. So obviously a major partner in the PCYC is the Queensland Police Service, and in saying that, there's 55 clubs in the state, so that means the Commissioner of Police gives each club a sergeant. I'm in the top echelon of the clubs in the state, and I'm lucky enough to have a second officer. So obviously the Commissioner of Police asks the question, what's in it for me? Why am I putting a copper down there at the PCYC? Surely there's more than just sitting there looking at gymnastics and serving slushies to the kids at the counter. So it's about crime prevention. That's where this comes into. So the program was born in relation to a crime prevention strategy, and we work on that. The Toowoomba model basically is self-funded. So if I could go back to COVID, obviously COVID affected everybody in the state, and when we closed down on March 23, 2020, everyone over at the club was stood down, and my youth workers were lucky enough to be brought back within 3 weeks. The reason for that and is the fact that all of my youth workers that I have are externally funded. So through the work and the networking and through my time in town, I've got a fairly broad network, so I can go out and talk to business and educators. So we were able to keep the funding going to engage with these young people, because it was identified basically when the kids were out of school, when they're at school, they don't want to be at school, but when school's out of bounds, they miss school. And so we actually went out there and we started what's called outreach. So we were actually involving the kids and meeting with them in the park and stuff. And this was taken from the model I introduced over in Cherbourg and Mergen when I was over there. And I was invited by my assistant commissioner to go over there and look at the issues over there. So we put it in place over there. And the issue we have in Toowoomba is that whilst the schools are very good to us and they fund our programs, they only fund 40 weeks of the year. So they fund the school terms, which means I've got youth workers over there for 40 weeks of the year, and we engage. Outside of the 40 weeks, the other 12 weeks of school holidays, I have to find the coin elsewhere to keep them gainfully employed. So obviously I go out externally. In the last few years, the Queensland Police Service has come to the party and has actually funded through CBCAC funding the gap, which has been a really, really big advantage to us. So the program has worked really, really well. We partner presently with 6 primary schools and 1 high school, that being Wilsonton campus, and we work with the kids exclusively. It's an 8-day program, so they come down to the club for 8 days and they're involved with my 6 youth workers and my second officer. So in the secondary program, we have 3 dedicated officers who work with these kids. We actually meet with the parents at the school, involve the guidance officers, do it on site, and we go back to the club again, the schools in the afternoon. On entry, it's an entry meeting with the parents. On exit, it's a meeting with the parents again to talk to the parents in the schools about expectations of where they are and what they've done. The primary program's a little different in the fact that we actually treat it more along the lines of a school-age care service, that model, where the parents actually come down to us, sign the kids in. We have them all day. They come back in the afternoon and they sign them out. And that's a really big bonus for us because at the end of the day, we're actually involving the parents in the process. So we actually get to speak to the parents in the morning and the parents in the afternoon. So we can say, Johnny had a good day or Johnny had a bad day. So that works really well. We've learned from the experience that, and from my crime prevention background, I've been playing this game since the late 80s. We're out there to try and break the cycle of life for these kids and work with them. And I was only at a business meeting this morning talking about what we do down there, and it's funny when you sit down there and you get mum and dad who come in and they sit down and they talk to me and say, why is Johnny doing this? What's going on? Why is he off the rails? And I look at them and I go, when did I meet you? I met you 30 years ago and I pinched you for the same stuff. So that's the world we're working in. That's what my world's been since the last 30 years, about trying to break this crime cycle and the cycle of unemployment and things. So this program actually does work towards that. We don't win them all, that's true, but we win a lot. And we're able to engage with these kids and productively work with them so that we actually get them back in the school system and they're actually out there productive. We've branched out to Oakey, which I'm pretty proud of. So we're working out at Oakey as well now. It's not the Restart program per se because the schools out there, it costs dollars, is the bottom line. But through other funding we've sourced through PHN, we've actually got a presence out there as well. So we're working with the high schools and I've got a decent presence in Oakey, and Oakey's been squealing for help for quite a long time. So we're out there doing ourselves. I guess the reason for the presentation today is a bunch of the principals that we meet with regularly. Every year, my biggest bugbear is I'm working with schools to get money. Schools work on calendar years, and obviously that means about August every year I have to start renegotiating. And a number of years ago, all the money went from the DG in town to the principals. So they have their own bucket of money now, which means I've got 8 negotiations or 9 negotiations a year with individual principals to say, are we good to go again in January? And that doesn't get us through the school holidays. So I guess the reason I come today, and unlike Cam, he's got his hand out, I would like formally at some stage to put forward a proposal where perhaps council could look at even our Groom Park cycle safety model, not to fund the whole program because it's expensive. It's about upwards of $300,000 a year to do the whole thing properly, but just to do the vacation care component of it is about 65 grand, just to keep that rolling. I guess what's in it for you? At the end of the day, from a policing point of view and a council point of view, if we're engaging the kids in the school holidays, then we're actually doing the town a service. We're keeping them out of downtown. We're helping Mr Kelly with his policing needs for the Darling Down Police District. We're looking after the shop owners and the store holders of the kids running rampant, and I can allude back to the days when I started all the shop front policing in town in my past roles, where that was our school holidays, running around chasing kids all the time. This program, we go down, we meet the kids, we meet them in the parks, we put on open days, we take them out and we do some activities. We're engaging a lot of older folk in town. The City Bowls Club's one example, a bunch of dear old blokes down there who just, the opportunity to mentor these kids as well. So we work with those guys. So I'm always out there trying to find extra funds so that we can put these other things on. Yes, it's fun, and we try to make the school holidays a less structured program than obviously the school program. But at the end of the day, there is still structure to it, so that there are expectations and behaviour and parameters we must work with. So, look, thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Happy to take any questions, but at the end of the day, yeah, I think the Restart program has been a big winner. Look, it worked really, really well in Cherbourg and Mergen. Granted, that has ceased now because COVID over there just really impacted on the town, and we simply couldn't find employees over there at the end of the day, and we had to give the company back, the EQ back the money, which is unfortunate. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cam. Councillor Carol Taylor has a question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, not a question as such, but I do remember being present at the Queensland Community Achievers Awards where Cam, with the program Cherbourg Mergen, was a finalist, which was amazing because there were hundreds of people involved in that. So, you know, you've put a lot of yourself personally into this, and I'm not sure if council should be a funding source. I see it more as a state and federal, but be aware, surely, that this is the way we're going to make a difference. And I commend you and your people that have been with you and the work that you personally put in that you're not paid for. I know it's been a passion of yours to help our young people, and you have the necessary passion to inspire others to help you along the way. So I'd just like to pay tribute, and this is some years ago, I think, 3 years ago, I think that, or 4 perhaps.
3 or 4, yeah.
Didn't win, but for us, as being Toowoomba, we had Prudence won her award. We had Jen Allpass, who was involved, and she was a shortlisted finalist, as well as Cam's program. So it was a proud evening for me. So I think this is an amazing program, and thank you very much. And I commend Councillor James for encouraging you to speak to us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Kerry Shine.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Cam, for your presentation. I had the pleasure of being associated with you and what you do down at the PCYC from 2001 on, but you'd already been there for a good while prior to that. So and I admire your dedication and application to that over a long period of time, and it may well have been at some interference with your own promotion in the service. I don't know, but I suspect it might have been, and because of your attachment to that task. And it's a profession as opposed to a job, that's for sure.
I was sworn in with the Commissioner.
Well, you've had commissioners up there from time to time, in my time anyway. And ministers. The question, two things. One is, what proportion, if you know it, were kept records of success do you have in terms of turning kids around? There's a lot of criticism in the press that you get that people want harsher penalties for youth crime, etc. But what you're doing is really the hard yards, but it wouldn't always be successful, and I think you alluded to that before. Just wondering if there is a proportion of the ones that come under your care, what proportion might be successful. And secondly, getting them back in the education system, one of the problems that I was aware of from a primary school in North Toowoomba electorate was that the parents were incapable of getting the kids ready for school. They were physically unable to do it because of the whatever reason. You know, we've only got so many policemen and so many people working for you. You can't be at every residence to get the kids and take them to school. So I'm just wondering how, in practical terms, you met that challenge.
Yeah, I guess the success is really hard to judge. Certainly, you know, indications back from Education Queensland with Burntown of truancy, with increase in academic performance has certainly worked, particularly in Oakey in past years. That's worked well. I guess we really measure success in the fact that the parents come back to us for advice. And you're right, what we're seeing is 10-year-olds running households where these kids are telling mum and dad what to do. And have I dragged kids out of the car to get them inside? Yep, because they don't want to come. But you know, invariably, after a couple of days, and we get them through the 8 days, they're happily there. And you know, success is all of a sudden you've got mum and dad or grandma and grandpa coming down to the club to go to the gym or play badminton, and the kids doing a boxing class or a karate class. That's one of the big tests for us. The beauty of the program is it's not just the 8 days, you know, with outreach as well, because we're back there all the time. So when we've got the time outside of those 8, then we're back in the school, re-engaging the kids, and you'll walk into the playgrounds and the kids will come to us as opposed to we have to chase them up. So if they sit in the middle of the paddock, the kids who've been in the program will come to us. And likewise in the school holidays, they will actually come down willingly during the holidays and drop in, say good day, or in fact take part in the structured activities. Yeah. And certainly, and going back to Councillor Taylor as well, you know, I've spoken in relation to this to many people. I've been at the top of Education House talking to all the DGs statewide. I've been on the Premier's Advisory Committee for the last 2 years and squeal from the highest mountain. Yeah, so I'll talk to anybody.
A couple more questions. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan and then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much, Cam. As a parent of spirited children who may or may not have been in the suspension mode at that time, it was really stressful because, you know, do you take time off work to then look after them? These are teenage kids. So, you know, I just think this is incredible. I hadn't heard anything about it. What I was interested in is how do you get buy-in? You sort of touched on it then from the kids, like, you know, do you physically have to take them in? I was wondering how you got buy-in from the schools. Like, if they are suspended, is part of their suspension then that they will attend something like this? Or?
Yep. So the program initially started off as a long-term suspension program, and it was initially funded by the Commonwealth Government way back when. And obviously, when that happened, all the schools dived at us really quick because it was free. After that 18 months expired, then it became user pays, and at that stage we were actually able to negotiate with the local DG of education here because he had the coin in those days and he funded about a year and a half's worth of it. So I've lost the track of
just whether part of that suspension. I know you said you have to deal with eight different schools and try and get them to fund it individually.
The program initially started as a long-term suspension program, and it really now has morphed into an alternative suspension program. So the sales pitch the school gives to the parents is, I can either suspend Johnny, or as part of the curriculum, we can go to this PCYC and do the Restart program so you won't be suspended. So it actually becomes part of their curriculum and it's not noted on their record as being a suspension. So if they can do the program with us and get back into school, then the suspension's avoided. And particularly in the high schools, that works really well. In the primary schools, it's morphed there as well because basically I have my second officer and also another youth worker who actually engage in the primary schools and go out there. So we actually run 5 days a week running team up and rock and water programs in the schools as part of the primary program. And a lot of the principals actually buy into that probably as a preference. A classic example would be East State School. East would use us twice a week, and it can be from the naughty kids, the bully group. It can, or in the later part of the year, it can be the year 6s being, the year 5s being developed for year 6 for leadership. And in fact, by doing that, the attendances at the actual core Restart program in-house is reduced because we're actually getting 20 or 30 a day at the school, avoiding the final step of coming down to the club.
Councillor McDonald, do you have a question? And then
Thanks.
Councillor McMahon, and then we might call the questions off, I think.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thank you, Cam. Again, echo the thoughts of other councillors who have spoken about your commitment to crime prevention, and ultimately that's what PCYC does as well. It just occurs to me that this program may well be, you know, an alternative, given Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's comments that you know, orders for those that are doing the wrong thing. It's probably broader than just schools. Is that a conversation that you've actually had with the government about changing patterns of youth and giving them a purpose? That's the first question. The second one is around recidivists. So are you seeing return offenders or return troublemakers at school in the program, and has that been historic, or are you seeing growth in recidivism, or are you seeing the change in the program making a change?
Yeah, part A, yes, I've certainly spoken to Restart being a much bigger program than just Toowoomba. So we were working at Mareeba and Cairns and also Mergen. So having met with the Premier's Department on a number of occasions, and also local members of Parliament here, I've spoken about it. It's a bigger program. I guess right now the government is putting assets into Booyah, which is another program which we've never had in Toowoomba. So it's a program called Respect, so we're looking at that as well. Maybe we can branch into that and help with that as well. Recidivism, absolutely. Historically, I guess, the year starts nice and quiet, and obviously we're 2 weeks behind track right now because of the way the year started for us. But in week 2, we've already got the same kids we had here end of last year back in already. We try not to do that too much. We try to say, you know, once a term would probably be enough where you work with these kids, and that's where the outreach works as well, because we actually work with those kids in the holidays as well to keep them on track. But yeah, historically, term 1's not too bad. Term 2, they're cruisy. Term 3, we're starting to get a bit spiky. Term 4, the teachers have had enough, and we're getting bulldozed. Yeah, and that's when you see the same heads coming through the door.
Councillor McMahon, final question.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sergeant Cam. Yeah, it's interesting talking about education policy in the early days of Ed Queensland when a kid used to wag school and we'd give him a suspension. And it's kind of like that's what you were trying to do, and now the punishment is a holiday. So is there conversations around educational reform that you're involved in? Or just disciplinary reform in education?
Look, I'm trying. I'm certainly trying to. I think, look, we're really lucky we're in Toowoomba, quite frankly. I've been in this town since '88. I was brought up here. I've been policing here since '88 and working with a lot of these networks and these schools. When we've got a problem in this place, and whether it's via me as PCYC or myself or Councillor Jeff via Safe Toowoomba Regional Partnerships, when there's an issue, we've got the ability to go out and talk to people and talk to these different networks, and quite often, well, very successfully, pull a lot of things together in this town and work collaboratively. So from a local point of view, yeah, there's a big amount of support. Beyond the borders of Toowoomba, then that's a bigger fish. And look, I keep trying. I dabble, I push my point. I've been to a lot of offices and I've done a lot of talks. Yeah, and I've got 2 more years to keep pushing it.
Yeah, good on you. And just on Groom Park, I believe the track there is up for a bit of an upgrade this year, which will be good. But your involvement there, you mentioned briefly. Could you just briefly explain what that is? Yeah,
the cycle safety program, that's ours as well. So I was actually, back in the late 80s, the president of the association up there. It was then run by the Playground Recreation Association of Queensland. When it was a user, it was basically a free service. And it was cycle safety in the schools, and it was also a proxy school-aged care service. When the legislation around school-aged care started to impact and really start to pick up some frivolity, PRAQ basically didn't meet the mark for it. The venue simply wasn't up to scratch because of security issues, fencing, the rest of it. So at that stage, whilst I wasn't interested in school-aged care, I certainly had my heart in traffic education for the kids and the cycle safety, and I took it to PCYC. So it's been with me now for about 12 years as PCYC. We're doing about 4,000 kids a year, primarily Year 4s and Year 5s. Yeah, so we service most of the schools in town. The calendar this year is full. Again, we're 2 weeks behind schedule now because the first 2 weeks have blown us out of the water. So we sort of catch up now. And the maintenance there certainly it is due for an upgrade. I know I've had my staff up there for the last week productively chipping away and getting the edges done because the grass has grown over. But probably the last serious upgrade up there would have been, goodness me, it was a sponsorship between council and also Heritage Building Society. I'm talking, gee whiz, upwards of 7, 8 years. Yeah, so yeah, it's looking pretty tacky.
Well, hopefully a nice upgrade this year. Thanks for that. Great
Thank you.
program.
Well, Cam, thanks you very much for coming in, and I think we all recognise the work the contribution you make to this community, and we're very thankful for that, very much indeed. And once again, thanks for what you've done, and we look forward to working with you. And if there's any ways that we can work with you in our, local government is not a happy place in terms of availability of money, all those sorts of things, but there are many things that we can do, and I enjoy going along regularly to your presentations. I didn't get there last year, but it's great to see those young people. And yes, I guess that when we look at society in a very holistic way, there's many young people who need a hand up in this community, and you're doing that, and we're grateful for that.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cam.
Thank you.
Councillors, we'll now move to item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Item 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee. There are 8 items. There's 1, 2, 4, 5 items there. Is anyone wishing to take any of those out for separate consideration? If not, do we have a mover of the receipt of that report? Councillor Carl and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Questions? Those in favour? It's carried. We'll move then to water and waste. Do I have a mover there? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to the Infrastructure Committee and we'll deal with item 5 for starts. That's the request to upgrade Ostrich Road at Well Camp. Do I have a mover for that section of the report, please?
Mayor, I think the matter has been deferred, and that's what the resolution says, so I'm happy to move that.
Yes, you are
Thank
moving
you.
the
Yes,
resolution
thank
that
you.
came out of the committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Carol Taylor has moved that. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan had seconded that. Those in favour? We move then to item 4, which is the matter where Councillor McDonald and Councillor Shine. Councillor Shine, you'll leave the room for the vote. Do I have a mover for receipt of that, please? Item 4, a mover, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Councillor McDonald has seconded that. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour? Those against? You wish to have your vote recorded, Councillor Summerfield? And it will be recorded anyhow. Righto, Councillor Shine can come back. Councillors, we'll move then to item 8.4, which is the Environment Community Committee report. There are no items to be considered there. Would someone like to move the receipt of that? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to Finance and Business Strategy Committee. There are 2 matters there. Anyone wishing to take anything out for separate consideration? Councillor Von Hoff.
Item number 3, thanks.
Item number 3. We'll deal with item 4 in terms of Controlled Entities Quarterly Financial Report. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Shine and McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Item 3, you want to vote separately, Councillor?
It's just to follow up on something through you, Chair. We had some details in the report that were amended by the CEO for accuracy, some numbers that were raised by Councillor Shine and myself. I had a question on notice that went through the Water and Waste General Manager about capital works completion. Can I see if that has an answer through you, Chair?
You want to see if that has an answer at this point in time?
That's right. It was a question that was taken on notice about the project completion for capital works.
Brian, will I hand over to General Manager Damien?
Do you know which page it was on the
Yeah, it
diligent
was
boards?
page 5 of 9 of the report and page 166 of board books. The differences in those 2 numbers.
General Manager Platts, do you wish to comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Mr Mayor, I've taken the question on notice last week and been drafting some audit reports. We've not been able to respond to that question yet, and I discussed this with the councillor yesterday. So we will respond.
Thank you. I guess, do you want to receive that report as it stands and allowing for that question to be answered? I think that's possible. Councillor Summerfield?
Could we get a timeline on when that response will be provided, please? Because normally when a request is made like that at a committee meeting, it is provided by the ordinary meeting. Thank you.
Depends on how much.
Councillor Taylor, you had a comment?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, that is the case, but I suggest it probably depends how much work has to go into it. There is only a week between those two meetings, so I suppose that's what my comment would be, and I don't know, through you perhaps to GM Platts, Mr Platts, how much work is involved in this request. Thanks.
General Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We've just been prioritising our efforts, unable to respond by this morning or respond by Friday afternoon.
You're happy to receive notification Friday afternoon, in keeping with what the General Manager has said? Councillor Summerfield.
I don't believe we have a choice, given the direction that was just provided. Thank you.
I think one thing we must realise that there's a fair bit of work happening in some of these departments, and I'm picking up clear vibes that many of our senior staff are absolutely under the pump. So I think it's someone like to move the receipt of the second bit of that report, the item 03 in the Finance and Business Strategy Report, and we'll await the response from the General Manager. Councillor McDonald has moved that. Councillor Shine has seconded that. Any questions? I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. The Economic Development Committee, which has one item in it, the request for support for the new industry opportunity at Yarraman. Would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved. Councillor Bill Carl has seconded. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We'll move then to the monthly financial performance statement. Paul, you're presenting that today in the absence of Anne-Marie.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. It's my pleasure to present to you this morning the monthly financial performance statement as at the 31st of January 2022 on behalf of the Acting GM. Councillors, as you would be aware, this is a requirement under Section 204 of the Local Government Regulation in relation to providing a report to Council on a monthly basis. Just going through the report very quickly, there are a couple of items of note specifically in the report around January 22. The first is the unrestricted cash expense ratio. Just like to identify we have got an error in that number. It's reported as 5.19 months. The actual is 4.6 months. So still within the Queensland Treasury Corporation range of between 3 and 6 months, and we would also anticipate seeing that ratio increase as we see the receipt of rates revenue through the remainder of the March period. Okay, the report itself, revenue generation, I think we have that on the screen, please. Okay, so rates and revenue tracking very well. 0% variance there in relation to budget. Rates notices were issued on the 4th of February 2022 and the due date of the 8th of March. So no issues of concern there. Just by way of note, water notices are expected to be issued around about the 15th of April this year as well. Other items in relation to recurrent revenue, everything else seems to be tracking quite well, so nothing of concern there. In regard to recurrent expenditure, we do have an underspend in relation to our labour costs at this point in the year, and that's primarily attributed to the back pay associated with enterprise bargaining not being processed at this point in time, and also the level of vacancies that exist in the organisation as at the end of January being 180 positions. In regard to recurrent expenses, material services and other expenditure, it's tracking slightly above where we'd like to see it at this point in the financial year. So it's about $4 million ahead of the year-to-date budget. And there are a few reasons for that. Construction and maintenance is tracking about $4 million over budget, governance and legal about $500,000, and some flood recovery activities as well, slightly ahead of where we would have anticipated in terms of the year-to-date budget. Councillors, just on the bottom half of that report, so we're into the capital income and capital expenditure side of the report. The things to note in relation to capital revenue, is infrastructure charges. So they are tracking slightly behind where we would anticipate at this point in the year. As you can appreciate, timing and predicting when those funds will come in is a little bit challenging, and I believe that will be a discussion as part of BR2, which will occur in March. And in relation to capital expenditure, there is a lag of $7.4 million in relation to actual expenditure against the year-to-date phased budget. So there's information on the report there around whether that's the Capital Works program, the pandemic program, or the quarantined projects programs. So just in relation to the capital expenditure, points to note, water projects, 1.7 mil. So this is talking about what makes up that $7.4 million variance. Parks and Recreation is slightly behind at about $843,000. Construction and maintenance, about 2.8 million behind. Water project services, 1 million, and quarantine projects made up of the Crestbrook Dam spillway, the Kubi Dam spillway, and the new water treatment plant, contributing to the variance of 374,000. So, councillors, happy to take any questions on any of that information. If not, I'll refer you to the recommendation.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a question?
Thank you. Thanks for that, Paul. So just in relation to the two spillways that are in quarantine funding, I just wonder now that one of the spillways that's been revealed probably won't be required, that works there be taken out of that quarantine section, because it's just normal maintenance work now, not the actual spillway. If that could be looked into, please.
I think General Manager
General
Platts.
Manager Platts may wish to answer that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Summerfield, for the question. I think we're being hung up on names a little bit. The projects have been called the Kubi Dam Spillway and the Crestbrook Dam Spillway. They are Crestbrook Dam safety improvements and upgrades and Kubi Dam safety improvement and upgrades. The AFC, the flood modelling, has been prepared. It has been given to the independent investigator, the expert. He will be doing a report to the dam safety regulator, and in the fullness of time, we will work out precisely what safety upgrades need to be done at both dams. I think it's premature to pull anything out of the quarantine projects. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Summerfield, that answer your question? Any further questions for Paul in respect to the monthly financial performance statement? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. Thank you, Paul. When I look at the labour costs, so we had an original budget of 125. Sorry, let me get it up here. $125 million, and then a revised budget of 124 million, and then a year-to-date revised budget of 75, and a year-to-date actuals of 68 million and change. Can you explain that to us, and is it attributable entirely to the unfilled positions?
I believe it's a combination of a back payment associated with enterprise bargaining. So year to date, if we were to factor that in, that's about 2.5 million. Obviously, there'll be additional for the remainder of the year. There's 180 positions that are vacant. There's about 110 of those are in some form of recruitment activities. So the vast majority are progressing for recruitment. I guess the other offset that would exist between an underspend in labour and being slightly over in relation to materials and services is an increased use of labour hire, which flows through the materials and services side of the budget, not the labour side of the budget. So there's a little bit of an offset there as well.
I mean, it's a huge variation, right?
We will certainly see an escalation in labour costs in the remaining part of the year. So certainly the EBA process is still going ahead. We're meeting with unions next week in relation to that. So we are moving forward with that and imminently getting to a position where we should be going to a vote. So,
Okay. Thank you for that.
Any further questions for Paul? If not, would someone like to move the monthly financial performance statement as at the 35th of January 2022 be received, please? Councillors Shine and McDonald. Those in favour? Motion is carried. We move then to group reports in item 10. Item 10.1 is planning and development. Stuart.
Good morning, councillors. Mr Mayor, the report's on the agenda and I'm very happy to take questions in regard to any of the matters listed there.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Stuart, you may not know, but I was just interested in the which towns mentioned in the report there, the SPED report about the working with telecommunications company to submit an application to improve the connectivity, the digital connectivity in 5 regional towns. And I just wondered townships, which ones they were, because I was hoping that it's going to be Millmerran.
Cecil Plains.
Cecil Plains, yeah.
In particular. It's a well-known black spot. And there's an arc that goes across to Bowenville, basically. So that area there's a bit of a black spot. So it is a number of small towns in between, say, Cecil Plains and Bowenville would pick that up.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Question, thank you. Mayor, through you to GM Stewart. The January 5 RALs, reconfiguration of the lots, do you know how many lots there actually are out of those 5 RALs?
I knew you were going to ask that, but I knew about half an hour ago. So I haven't had a chance to actually get the information, but I'll seek that out also from my own interest as well. But I did see that there and it jumped out at me that there was no reference to the numbers. I did actually ask for the number of lots to be included in that little thing, but it didn't happen this time round, but I'll try and make sure it happens next time.
That'd be useful, Stuart. Chair, if I could just go through an email around just to let us know what that would be.
I'll do that.
That'd be useful.
Yep.
Thanks for that.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor O'Shea.
Wondering about, just in the economic development, the small business assistance workshops that you've just begun advertising for. Very commendable package. It says here they're more about mentoring, management, digital initiatives, those kind of things. Is there anything in those workshops about help from local, state or federal government to small business at this time that you're sort of helping the business owners get involved with?
No, but in our relationships with the various chambers, any information that comes through to our economic development guys, particularly Seamus, he passes that on to the different chambers, but not through that particular program. That particular program is really about making small business more savvy in terms of the use of digital technology, because as we all know, that's the future, or we're in the future already. And I think in this one, like we have with others, we're in linked arm with TAFE in terms of the tech, getting the appropriate people to help deliver that.
Okay.
So the state funds it through that.
Thanks for that. So it's just at the advertising stage, there's no indication of its uptake?
No.
Thanks.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Stuart. So I was also interested in those workshops. They are being funded by the state government?
Principally, yes. Yep.
Is council putting anything in?
Pardon?
Is council contributing?
Oh, through officer involvement and what have you, yes.
Right.
I mean, the state government
It's just that
doesn't.
that's not our core business and it is state government core business, and I was just a bit concerned that we're treading there. But my question was about the final draft green infrastructure strategy being embedded in our planning scheme. And I note in there that there's a review by key internal stakeholders prior to finalisation. Are we getting any external eyes looking over that as well to ensure that it's not an internal focused mindset that's actually delivering that into the planning scheme?
Yes, good question. Yes, that's part of that process. And we've also got an external consultant working with us at the moment in terms of getting the processes right as well. So,
Okay, so what sort of external people are you utilising?
We particularly looking at the engineering side of things, an independent engineer. I just can't think of the engineering firm we used last time, but it was a very large firm.
Yeah, okay, but not people on the ground who would actually be, you know, like in the past, we've used, say, developers to help with processes and understanding a streamlining of processes and making sure there's not unexpected impacts. I just wondered whether you're looking at that as well.
In terms of when we go out to the community, yep, certainly. And we're working with the development industry and the professionals that support the development industry in terms of engineers, planners, surveyors, architects and building certifiers and what have you. They're all involved in that mix when we talk to the development industry about, particularly in terms of infrastructure, the philosophy and the various approaches we take in terms of infrastructure, and also what and where is an issue. But principally, the input from a lot of that comes from within our own agencies, water, sewerage, roads and stormwater and parks in particular. So it's a combination of internal and external influences on a lot of that stuff.
Thank you. I'm very much in favour of the GIS. I just think we need to be aware of that unexpected consequences if we don't get it right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor Sommerfield. Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Stuart. Stuart, just a question, if you could provide a little bit more info just around, in the strategic planning and economic development, around the options to further encourage property owners just around that inner city living. So understanding and information sessions coming, but I mean, I know this is something that's been bubbling along with opportunity, which has also been vexed, I suppose, with hurdles in terms of making it a reality. So are we still tracking along in the right direction from a council point of view and with these meetings that we had?
We've had I think in here, I'm sure I read it, there's reference to our expert panel. That was one of the issues we're looking at, is that shop top living. We're also involving the expert panel and others, of course, in terms of looking at CBD living as a complement to that. I mean, shop top in and of itself would be great if it would take off, but it's only going to provide a certain amount of inner living. Certainly the longer term and the big numbers will be in terms of how we can build up density within our CBD frame, basically, those areas are around the commercial areas of the CBD. So that we're working on both those. Jade Bebbington will be bringing a briefing paper to council in the not too distant future in regard to both those issues. Thanks for that question.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to Stuart. On the Regional Architecture and Heritage Service, I know that we're going through, or we're going to have a restructure there. My concern or my question to you is, will we be retaining the Regional Architect's Office in that? And you can see by the number of referrals and the request for heritage advice that that's very important to our developers and to our community, having such a special area in our CBD. So I'd just like to be, I know these things take on their own life, but I'd just like to be reassured that advice and that officer will still be available to our community.
Absolutely.
So, thank you very much.
Very popular. The actual position of regional architecture we're having some difficulty with, and we have had representations from the architectural fraternity over that, but it's not easy to come by a senior, experienced and respected architect who wants to work in that particular role.
And if I could have a follow-up, Mr Mayor, I understand the difficulties in recruiting in those specialised areas, but I mean, I think the fact that we are trying and retain that area is most important. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Megan, you've got a question?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Stuart, when we went through the consolidated financial performance report, Paul mentioned about the under-collection of the infrastructure charges. Can you provide any explanation there, or...?
Supposition, if that's acceptable. One is that the big bucks roll in when we're sealing plans of subdivision. Plans of subdivision are currently, there's a number of estates stages being constructed at the moment. They are somewhat delayed due to inclement weather, and also a shortage of building materials and shortage of contractors. So all those sorts of things have delayed the construction process that's taking place. However, I'm sure that that will roll through, and we'll see a pickup in the amount of infrastructure collected, because it is collected at the point of sealing of plans of subdivision. Less clear, of course, as we've explained before, with the MCUs. It's an MCU we can't collect on the infrastructure charge until such time as the use has commenced, which means if we're looking at a building or series of buildings and things like factories or shops or what have you, we've got to wait until we have clear evidence of the use commencing, and then we have to catch up with them. There's nothing in the Act that mandates people telling us that they've actually commenced the use. So that's through our eyes and ears that are out on the street, through our inspectors and what have you.
Any further questions? Thanks very much, Stuart. If someone would like to move the receipt of that report, please. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded, please. Councillor Bill Carl, those in favour? Carried. Thanks very much, Stuart.
Councillors.
We'll move then to item 10.2, the Water and Waste Services report. Damien.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We'll take the report as read and I'll go straight to any questions.
Councillor McMahon, you obviously have a question.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Damien. I'm just wondering, the drinking water complaints, we often have one or two of them per month. 14 in the last month seems to be significantly higher than usual. Would you like to propose reasoning for that, or is there a simple answer?
There's never a simple answer, Councillor Tim, but thank you for your question. I'll attempt to answer for you. During that month, we were, as part of the Mount Kynoch upgrade, we were doing what's called a high flow test. That is, you get as much water coming into that plant as you can, make sure that it doesn't overflow, and then it becomes a known known for the contractor, Fulton Hogan, who is doing the design for the upgrade of the Mount Kynoch water treatment plant. So during that time period, we were running Kubi flat out and the gravity mains flat out. Kubi Dam is not as good quality water as the other two dams. That will be part of it. Also part of it is that when you hear about things like white water, that's where you've got some cavitation, you've got some bubbles in the water. So it is an unusually high, that is granted.
Thanks.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the Water and Waste Services report, please? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. The seconder, please. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, Damien. Move then to Infrastructure Services. Mike Brady, GM.
Good morning, councillors. Through you, Mr Mayor. Please note the report that's been tabled. Take it as read. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Mayor, thank you. Mayor, through you to Mike. Mike, in regard to the a couple of little things, the Ballon Drive area, it's mentioned in there, the reconstruction. In regard to that, and we're doing a lot of work in that area, it's quite overgrown as well, which is probably a combination of parks and the good growing conditions. Have we done any consultation or engagement, community engagement with the people around that area in regard to this work?
Yeah. Councillors, this project here is the Ballon Drive Creek Reconstruction Project, so that's the actual creek works themselves, and yes, there was significant local consultation in respect to the works that we've been undertaking there. Those works have been underway for some time now. Just for your information, there's another project involving Ballon footpath works through the park as well, which are part of the wildlife, was it the bird habitat master plan of connecting Ballon Drive in, and that with a walkway through to the habitat, the wild bird habitat area. So those works have also just commenced, and I know through discussions with the team there has been a bit of consternation on some of that. So the team is working with those people in respect to the issues that have been raised.
Thanks, Mike. That's good to know. Just a couple more if I can.
Back to you, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, on the first page, Mike, it's probably just a typo in regard to the pathways. Just talks about the last dot point 356 in progress compared to 332 end of January 22. I assume that's just 21 as a comparison.
No, actually the previous month should have read December 2021.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we just compare the ones that are in progress to the previous month, and obviously the flip over of the year. Yeah, I do apologise for that.
That's okay. We all get those mixed up at a change of year, I can assure you of that. The last one, Mike, is on page 2, and I just, for my own understanding, the old Gumbunji Road rehabilitation is mentioned in the South C&M. Is it in the South C&M, or is it longer than I thought it was? Old Gumbunji Road.
Yeah, we've stretched the road. No, the project itself's in the obviously out towards Highfields, Maringadan area. It's why it's reported on the South Precinct. It's the South team. There's a team predominantly of out of the South, out of Greenmount and other areas that are giving a hand with central work at the moment. So that's why it's reported there, but the works themselves.
Further question? Any further questions around the room? Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So, Mike, that makes me think that there is some workforce that's shifting around the regions to accommodate, in line with Councillor McDonald's question. You're shifting work crews where you can to get the projects done.
Most definitely. Construction maintenance is one TRC, so one council, one organisation, one team. And that's the mantra that we very much embody and promote. Obviously, where we can, the work's generally located where people tend to be based. But the other thing to just always keep in mind too, a substantial portion of our workforce actually lives in Toowoomba as well, that are work-based in our regional areas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but we'll move the teams as necessary with the workload as and when required.
Thank you. Chair, my actual question, and Mike, you might not be able to answer, but I sent this to the CEO yesterday, but we found out yesterday or the day before last week that Gundawindi has received $2 million in infrastructure funding after they successfully applied for a federal government local roads and community infrastructure grant. Do you know if Toowoomba Regional Council put in a submission for a grant, and were we successful or were we not?
I might take that one on notice. we did look very closely at the one that was relevant to remote roads, and when finally all the guidelines came out, we didn't have anything that actually met criteria. So it has there is a grant. That was the remote road one, but I will take on note. So that was the, what was it? The local road and community.
It's called the, Federal Government Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Grant. And Gundawindi got $2 million from that one.
Yeah, look, let us chase that up and come back.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Gundawindi's money they got was for one of the crossings of Waiaga Creek, which crosses in many areas. I just wanted to bring council's attention to the Ballon Drive works, and they have been going on for quite some time. It's quite amazing what our ISG and the design has done there, and we have been interrupted, haven't we, Mr Brady, by the river event, by the creek events, and I know that contractor there told me that he comes from another area and where the water rises quickly. So every little bit of rain we have that comes down there comes down quite quickly. But the actual design, and I would appreciate, Mr Brady, if you could send just a small schematic or something to the councillors so they understand what's actually been taken out there in layman's terms, because I think it has been something we've had issues with since the basin was put there, and we knew we did. And every time there's an event, it scours out, and now is the time where it's going to be rectified, and it's quite an amazing, to me anyway, as a layperson, I think it's a very clever design and strategy to try to stop that scouring, because that creek comes down very quickly. So I just wanted to make mention of that, because I think the team, and I walk past it nearly every morning now, and the team has been in there when they can, and then they're sort of interrupted because the creek comes down. But I think our community can be reassured that everything that's possible is being done, and it'll be very functional once it's finished. That basin has always worked the way it was designed to work, but this will stop what was virtually, something that happened every time there was a big event. So it will certainly alleviate that in many ways. Thank you, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Are there any other questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved that. A seconder, please. Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks very much, Mike. Move now to Nick, Environment and Community Services.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. As has become custom, I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Are there any questions for Nick Hauser, the GM? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Nick. A couple of questions, if I may. We are doing our best, obviously, to recover from a pretty intense storm. I note in your report due date for the reopening of TRAG, the art gallery, is unknown. Just wondering if media is done and the community is aware of this and what we're trying to do in that space.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Tim. We've been communicating with regular subscribers to the newsletter that TRAG runs. I think there's been some media around that. We'll need to continue to focus on keeping people updated because it is still unknown and uncertain at this time. Insurance assessors have been and inspected the site. We're still waiting on that process to be finalised. There's quite some significant damage in there to ceilings and floors as well. We're taking the opportunity though now to bring forward some scheduled maintenance work, so we're going to have an interruption on our services, and that's mainly to do with upgrading of air conditioning and humidity control and climate control systems in there that were quite outdated, so we can contemporise those and bring them up to standard.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And I appreciate, your hands are tied. It's good to see as one closes, another one opens, and the opening of Crow's Nest Art Gallery soon, should be a good addition. Second question is in park operations. I really love how you've put it. Excellent grass growing conditions across the region of late. Certainly my inbox is filled with, Tim, my local park's a disgrace, shame on you, you know, the usual this time every year. I appreciate our lawn mowing teams are probably working flat out across Toowoomba region. Is there any strategies to help get on top of that? Are we doing external contractors, those kind of things?
Yes, we do. We bring in external contractors and additional casual staff, and our staff will work overtime to try and keep up. It is a difficult challenge, and it has been an exceptional season, as I'm sure you'll all appreciate. It's been wet weather, it's been warm. The change in the last week, the cooler nights, might put a bit of a slow down to it, but we'll probably get hit with warm weather again in a couple of weeks and it'll pick up. So we do our best, but yes, we bring on contractors, casuals, and work some overtime to try and keep up. But you know, if the grass in the park's no different to the grass that we've all got in our backyard, and I know that after I've done mine, it needs doing in 5 days again, not even 7. You know.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick.
Are there any further questions? Nick, some time ago I mentioned to you about community involvement in the small towns, and I know of a number of small towns where there are in fact garden clubs who have an interest and have true ownership of their community. I'm just wondering if that's possible. Last time we spoke, there were some issues in terms of insurance and so forth. Just wondering if any further consideration has been given to that, because there's no greater power in a small community than actual ownership.
Yeah, there certainly are some considerations like insurances and others. They're not insurmountable considerations though, Mr Mayor, and they're things that we can work through and work with community. I'd need to, if you don't mind, I'll take your question on notice and just check in with the Manager of Parks and Recreation and see what progress has been made in regard to that.
I understand very clearly that it could be too difficult, but I do from time to time talk to people in the smaller towns where our staff come in and do a job, then they're gone. And whereas the possibility of having people who own and love the place may be very different.
I don't like to think anything's too difficult, Mr Mayor. It's all achievable. Sometimes it just needs lots more money and heaps more time. But,
well, this is about volunteers.
That's right in this instance. I think that, I don't like to think anything's too difficult. I think we can work through most things, and I'd be happy to take that question back to the Manager of Parks and Recreation and see where we're up to.
Thanks very much, Nick. Councillor Von Hoff, did you indicate a question before when you... I thought I picked it up as you sat down, you waved your hand. Hello. Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move that the Environment and Community Services report be received, please? Councillor Nick has moved that. Councillor James O'Shea has seconded that. Sorry? Councillor McMahon. Councillor Nick, you got demoted then, Nick.
Promotion.
Sorry, Councillor McMahon, my humblest apologies. Moved by Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? Job completed. We'll move down to item 10.5, Finance and Business Strategy, and back over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and good morning again, councillors. You've got the report in front of you. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions for the Acting GM? Councillor McDonald and then Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, the acting GM. Thanks, Paul. Given that you're not the author of the report, I probably don't expect you to answer these questions in full, but in regard to the ICT area and the recovery of wet records, obviously there was an enormous amount of work there to get 93 boxes out. Is there any risk to the organisation about what's in those records? Like what level of risk tolerance would there be with those sorts of records that are in there?
Yeah, potentially, yes. As I understand it, the majority of the records are in relation to development services area. So as the report identifies, there were 93 boxes taken off site. A local company engaged, however, all of their services and facilities were in use, and apparently home base is in Melbourne, so the boxes have been transported to Melbourne for freezing, and it's not until we get them back that we'll actually be able to identify the level of damage or recoverability of those documents, there is an intent where we can to digitise some of that information when it comes back as well. So.
Just a second question. It was raised last week in the operational plan discussions around the permanent staff turnover rate, which is annualised, and the target is 10%. The month is 11.10%. And whether there's any benchmarking across other local governments, given anecdotally, you know, a percentage of around 14% turnover on large organisations going through COVID seems to be something that's been mentioned through a variety of sources. I just wondered whether there has been any benchmarking on similar organisations to ours.
Yeah, so since the session last week, we've reached out to a couple of organisations, one being the Australian Human Resource Institute of Australia. So they didn't have any current information in the COVID era, so their last report was 2018. We've also been in contact with LGAQ. They haven't released their 2021 data yet, but it's going through their policy executive in the next few weeks. So we should be in receipt of that in the next month or two. So we'll have more up-to-date and relevant local government Queensland information soon.
Thank you. That's great, Paul. And just to comment, I guess, on page 3, the last page around the local buy and the emphasis that this council has put on local buy. And once again, we've exceeded the 60% to some $11 million in January, and I guess it's been mentioned regularly by all councillors, but if there's one thing that we can do as a council that has a profound impact on the economy of our regions to spend local, and that filters right through Economics 101, and that's a good example of that. So I just wanted to pass on our thanks to Robin Gray, her team, in regard to that and the payment of invoicing within 14 days. We've got some information this morning which is very encouraging, benchmarked against other local governments, of which they're 30 days still. So I think that's a really good news story, and perhaps the Small Business Commissioner and indeed the state government, whose own targets are going from 25 to 30% in July of this year, spending local in Queensland, that's a great story for us locally, because it means that we are doing arguably the best thing we can do to support business, and that's to spend local.
Yeah, it's a fantastic achievement, that's for sure. Yep.
Thanks. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Paul, thank you. One was a bouquet about the social media. Just from my own observation, I think that it's really lifted. But I wanted to ask you about the recruitment of the, it says the recruitment process for the program leader learning, organisational development and engagement has been finalised with a successful candidate starting March 2022. The position will play an integral role towards developing, implementing and leading various cultural change management programs and initiatives within council. I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that, whether you want me to leave that or you're sort of across that, okay?
I might take that on notice and pass that back to Rosita,
okay.
if that's
just
okay.
Talking last week again in the operational plan, you know, we're talking about sort of that cultural diversity, well, not just cultural diversity, but all sorts of diversity. And I guess I wanted to hear a little bit more about what that person's role was going to be. Yeah. If you could. Thanks. Yeah.
We'll provide some information back specifically on that via PCE branch.
Yeah. Yep. Specifically in terms of diversity, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Councillor Summerfield, you had a question?
Thanks, Paul. So just in relation to the inbound calls, the stats there seem to be getting longer and longer, and I was on there the other day and I waited 3 to 4 minutes before I was answered, and this is just in the last week. And considering the stats in the op plan, I just wonder, are we going to have a review at some stage around the merging of both comms and customer service together and the outcomes of that, whether it's beneficial or whether we're going backwards, particularly given if you look at our social media stats in the op plan, they're down significantly. There's a number of different triggers there that would indicate that perhaps it needs a look at, and I'm not sure whether that is planned, that a review would occur to make sure that the decision to join those two together under one manager has been a good thing for the organisation or not, but I think maybe it could be beneficial to do so. Also, the out-of-hours calls, I believe they're going to start being measured. They're not in this month's, but it would be good if we could start seeing how well that service is being provided to our residents as well. The last thing we want is people dropping off ringing that 131 number and ringing counsellors instead. And I'm not erring away from my job, but we've been told quite clearly that it is much more efficient if they ring the 131 number and it gets straight into the system to the relevant person, so that an outcome can be achieved for the residents. So I'd hate to see that we drop off in the calls and we get a change in the processes that happen. So it'd be good if we could look into that a bit more and just understand that we're getting the outcomes that we need. Thanks.
I believe there is something scheduled in the information sessions, actually, specifically on what you're requesting around the merger. So, yep.
Any further questions for the acting GM? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just going back to the issue raised by Councillor McDonald before in relation to the wet records, perhaps the CEO might be able to answer it if you can't, Paul. But are we covered by our insurance policy in relation to damage caused by the burst pipes?
It would, but we would be up for the first 50,000, I think, of those costs in accordance with our insurance policies. But if there was damage in relation to some of that information, may not be recoverable in that. How do you put a value on some information that's actually lost? But the actual physical damage and replacements, those would be subject to the normal insurance parameters that we'd have to deal with.
Just to follow up, we don't have a duplicate system whereby the same material might be stored at different places to overcome this sort of thing happening again.
A lot of this, what we're trying to do is digitise things, so you've obviously got it captured forever. A lot of this information is old records from development applications from the Regions and Council, the old Toowoomba City Council, that have basically been kept for years and years and years in boxes, and it's a resource-hungry process to go through and digitise all that information, and there is sometimes very limited value in doing so because they're usually not accessed, they're just straight out, simple applications.
Are there any further questions for Paul? If not, would someone like to move the Finance and Business Strategy Report be received, please? That's Councillor Shine and McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Councillors, it's about halfway to lunchtime. Do you want to have a 5-minute break? And I'll be quite strict about the 5 minutes. And then we'll come back and take the CEO's report. Someone like to move? Councillor Shine has moved, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded that we have a break. Those in favour? Thank you. item 11, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. I'll hand over to you, Brian.
Morning, councillors. I'll follow suit. If there's any questions in relation to this, I'll just take it as read.
Councillor Von Hoff, you have a question?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, thank you, Brian, for this. Under the Business Transformation and Strategy Progress Update, you talk about the expressions of interest that were invited from internal staff in relation to a principal business transformation position that's currently vacant.
Yeah.
And last week, when we were discussing the op plan, we spoke about some of those roles moving out of BTS and into ICT and PCE. And you'll have to forgive me because there's a few vacancies. I'm trying to keep track of them, but I think this one's important because we are trying to do so much change.
Yep.
The change management position left BTS and went to PCE, I believe, and we put out an EOI for that one as well. Has that one been responded to and filled? Do you know?
I'm not sure on that one, whether it's been filled or not.
Mm-hmm.
If it hasn't, it's very close to being filled. Oh, sorry.
That was it,
Right.
Chair.
Any further questions for the CEO? Councillor Megan?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Brian, the dot point there about the development of disposal and marketing strategy, procurement strategy for an analysis of alternative fuels, can you give me a little bit more information about that?
I think that's just, I'm not sure of the finer detail in relation to that, but there was some issues raised by council also about alternate fuel use, particularly with vehicles. So that's part of that overall analysis within Plant and Fleet about is there opportunities to use other types of renewable fuels in relation to it. So we'll just, there's a fair bit of work behind pulling that together eventually, but that's something that council, I think, has indicated in the past they'd like a little bit more information about.
Further questions for Brian? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Brian. Just in relation to the EOI there for the PBT position, can you advise why it was only advertised internally, please?
I'm not sure of the background in relation to that one. Dave may have a further detail. Might be able to give us some advice on that one.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Certainly, councillor, expressions of interest to temporarily fill a position are necessarily done internal to the organisation. So this isn't an advertising process to fill it permanently at all, but rather to fill it because we need to get underway with work. And so it's an internal process, an expression of interest. So the person would necessarily come internally on secondment.
Okay, thank you. But it will be a permanent position?
The position exists in the structure at this point. Obviously, we're trying to be as frugal as we can. Every manager, of course, wants more positions. This is a position, currently a vacancy. Obviously, we need to get going on certain things like the service catalogue and other issues. We want to get started on that immediately, and so we're moving with an expression of interest in the first instance. Yes, the intention would be to fill it permanently, but of course we're judicious about what positions we fill permanently because that locks us in, obviously, to a permanent expenditure.
Thanks, Dave. So just one follow-up, if I could. I haven't been into the main part of City Hall today, but are the front doors open to City Hall yet?
I'm not sure if they've been open to the general public, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, there's probably no reason why we couldn't do that now. We're getting
Would be
to the
great.
point. We're getting to the point where you wouldn't need to scan in to attend, so we should be able to open that up. We've got appropriate screenage to keep separations in those areas, so we should be able to open that up at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to comment on the, now I've lost it, but on the Indigenous uniforms that have come in those different sections of our organisation, and I've proudly ordered one for myself. I think that a lot of good work has gone into it. I think they'll become quite a talking point at our points of where, particularly the lifeguards and other places. And I note that St Vincent's have had their uniforms for quite some time, and they wear, everyone involved in their admin and wears theirs on a Friday, so they have that particular day where they wear it. And I think it's perhaps we could perhaps move into that area for. I know it's voluntary for councillors, but I'd be very proud to wear mine to certain things if it were particularly a day were designated. But I'd just like to congratulate the organisation and the artist and for progressing this, because I think, as with all Indigenous art, there's not just pretty things on a piece of canvas or a piece of clothing. There's actually a story that goes with that. So, and I'm happy to have seen that that's continued. And thank you very much for that. I think it's really great, and I think it'll be worn with pride. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great initiative, and just if I refer back to the page, it's got those photos on it there. The top four are personal protective equipment, so people, that's just part of their uniform that they can actually ask for, so that's provided as part of the PPE. The ones on the bottom, the polos, are basically corporate uniforms that obviously have to be acquired in accordance with our uniform policy. And like you, myself, I've actually got a couple there which I intend to wear probably on a Friday. I think they're great. Besides the correct messages that they send to the organisation, I think they're fantastic designs and they tell a great story.
Any further questions for the CEO? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, just while we've got Dave, perhaps he's, through you, in a position to answer the question about the change management position and whether or not that expression of interest was filled.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Councillor, the change management position was moved to BTS to PCE, so my dance card's fairly full, so I haven't monitored that because it's not part of my area specifically. So it's gone to PCE. The idea being that it is a change management resource available to all of the organisation by being within PCE, because after all, change is about people, PCE is about people, rather than it be attached to a direct technical area where there would be a tendency necessarily for that technical area to see it as its resource rather than an organisational resource. But I don't have line of sight of that, and I'm sorry I haven't kept track of it.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. All of those reasons, that's exactly where you're talking about why it's so important. That's exactly why I'm asking if it's been filled, because it is important for the organisation. Thanks.
I understand, Councillor. We can take that question on notice.
Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Brian, not a biggie, but I did raise it with staff regards the polo shirts and the PPE and that. I would dearly love to wear that with pride. However, synthetic material doesn't agree with everyone. And I'm just wondering if I'm happy to purchase a more natural fibre shirt in the future, if that's possible. Look, if you can't, you can't. But some of us don't do synthetic fibres very well at all.
And that might be, like, this is the first step, I think, in this, and I think the popularity of these will certainly be proven. And I think the more people that are looking to wear these uniforms, basically the more alternatives you'll need available to do that. So that is that's probably an opportunity that we can look at in the future.
I don't mean to sound precious, but there are people, and you could almost guarantee in an organisation of 1,700 strong, there'll be people with issues with synthetic fibre.
Yeah, and we'll see if we can. It's just a matter of when that economically we have the numbers to actually run a run for those type of shirts.
Look, if it's not possible, it's not possible, but if it is, it'd be really great. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any further questions for the CEO? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the CEO's report, please? Councillor McDonald, a seconder, please. Councillor Carl. Those in favour? That's carried. Well, councillors, we move then to item 12, which is my report. I think the matters of note there would be the meeting I had with initially with Joanne Greenfield, the Queensland Commissioner for Quarantine Management, together with Jasper Anderson and Jasmina Jolik, both of whom have been keeping in touch with me personally following the, I guess, the shock announcement of the quarantine. You'll see there the number of people who've been to see me, but I did have breakfast with the Regional Health Minister, the Honourable David Gillespie MP, and I think that was very worthwhile given that they were here, that he was here particularly to announce a number of health initiatives. I just want to concentrate a little bit on the meeting that was held with ComSec last week. There were 2 days of Skype meetings as an alternate to going to Canberra. And of course, whether we go to Canberra or whether we have Skype meetings, very often there are people who can't make it. And the Leader of the Opposition, Anthony Albanese, couldn't be there, neither could the Deputy Prime Minister be there, but quite frankly, we had some real success. Can I just point out that I was looking up some information this morning in respect to ComSec and the things that happened. When I first entered in 2012, when I became a member of ComSec, there were projects called the Magnificent Seven that were being promoted. And Carol, you'll remember this. The things that came out of that would directly impact on us was certainly the overpass at Black Soil, and ComSec was actively promoting the Toomba bypass, and one of many people who did that. And the things like upgrading Kingsford Smith Drive, which has been done, of course. The Eastern Busway to Capalaba was part of it. The widening of the Pacific Motorway through Logan, the expanding of the Sunshine Coast Airport, and the upgrading and extending of the rail line to Coolangatta. So these are the sort of advocacy things that's done by ComSec. And quite frankly, when I first went there, I was wondering at the value of ComSec, but I have certainly learnt that when you are representing in those meetings the 18 federal seats within ComSec, you're representing 3 million people, you're representing an area where there'll be a $2 million growth in population, 2 million number growth of population by 2050, people are actually taking notice. And that's very, very important with ComSec, and I was delighted. When I first joined, Lord Mayor Quirk was the chairman, and John Brent was the deputy chair, and they worked very hard to get that Magnificent Seven promoted. And I think, as you would know, Councillor Carroll, we were all involved in that, and it was well worthwhile. So with that, if there's any questions for me, I'm quite happy to take those questions. Councillor Carroll?
Mr Mayor, and thank you for mentioning that. Each of those 7 projects have been achieved. Yep. And sometimes it's taken time, but our bypass was equal top with Kingsford Smith Drive. And, you know, the Council of Mayors at the time, under the leadership of Campbell Newman at that point, and then it carried over with Graham Quirk, who was an amazing and passionate leader in that space as well. So not to be discounted. And Somerset, a smaller council, had put forward the Black Soil interchange, which actually has eased. We don't realise once these things happen, but it was something that was really, really in a bad way, and a lot of accident and road safety issues around the way the traffic was growing, and that was inadequate. So I think that there's no doubt that our project made it to the equal first, But every one of those projects was very important to those communities in which they sat. And I'd just like to recognise, and I'm very proud that you have recognised it, because there was an infrastructure committee that sat under ComSec at that time, which progressed all of those. A lot of work went into it, because as you would realise, we all had so many projects that we wanted to get up, but it was best that, and I say this to councillors, best that we reside on one and push that, because that's how things get done. And I'd like to recognise the work of ComSec, their officers, and the councils involved and their officers that put forward those projects. Thank you very much.
The major advocacy role that we're playing now is certainly around city deals, and I think those of us who understand city deals realise that we are hopeful that the city deal principles will be signed off by the current government, and it's clearly they're binding on the next government in terms of delivery of projects and the broader delivery of projects. It's about a $56 billion 25-year time frame. And there's an acceptance on the part of both sides of politics that needs to be done, which I think is great. And of course, don't underestimate the work that was done by the likes of Graham Quirk and Scott Smith in respect to procuring the Olympic Games. I think it's, I'm just saying this and bringing this forward to indicate the value that we're probably getting out of being part of that. Councillor Rebecca, you had a question?
I did. I thank you very much for that, Mayor and Councillor Taylor. And to talk about the city deals, have you got any indication of the likelihood that that will be signed off in the next,
Well, the Prime Minister nodded and Minister
weeks?
Fletcher nodded. They were the people we're focused on. Some of the Jim Chalmers Dr. Jim Chalmers was very happy to suggest that ought to be done. The city deal concept is something that I think it's worthwhile us following. 3 levels of government with a plan. And it doesn't sort of get much better than that if you can get 3 levels of government who are focusing on the future.
Yeah.
So I'm quite excited about it.
I was going to ask about what can be the modern day, the current Magnificent Seven, but the answer is city deals.
City deals. One of the things in city deals is the 45-minute region.
Yep.
Appropriate infrastructure to, for us, really, it's about that underlying infrastructure to handle the extra 2 million people, not the $2 million that I said before, the 2 million people that'll be here by 2050. Now, you imagine, even if there were, if there was a fast train or I'm still going to advocate for a fast train. I'm not going to use the word faster if I can possibly help it. But if Toowoomba had a fast train, you imagine the convenience that would provide for the people who live in Toowoomba.
That's right. We present a solution to those 2 million people moving to South East Queensland. We need to be part of the answer to where we fit 2 million people, Toowoomba. So, thank you.
Absolutely. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And it's not as if the city deals are new. It's just there's been one in Launceston, one in Townsville, one I think in Geelong, or perhaps it's Ballarat, I don't know which one, but one of those. So this is the first time that a region has asked for it, I believe.
Biggest go by far.
Absolutely, but I think it just makes perfect sense. And I think we should all be putting our eggs in one basket and supporting that with one voice. And I think great wins. I mean, it's not just us. We've got the likes of Somerset, Lockyer, Scenic Rim. We all should be speaking with one voice. There's lots of areas, lovely places to live. It's just the connectivity that holds us back. So we need to really, certainly support you in that fast train. And I think that on the way through, we've also got an advantage to the areas of Somerset, Lockyer, Scenic Rim and others. And so even further to the west of us to come into our beautiful city and our region and then move down to Brisbane as they do on a fast train. So I think that that's something that we need all, and our community needs to be aware of and absolutely support. Thank you.
Councillor Shine, you indicated you had a question.
No, thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering, it's not mentioned in your report, but you did send a copy of a letter from the Deputy Prime Minister to councillors that was dated the 1st of February in relation to the Inland Rail, our request for assistance there in relation to consequential roadworks, etc. And basically our request was knocked back. Just wondering, have you got any thoughts about how we should now approach the government, perhaps the opposition in relation to that matter?
I'm fairly keen to, and I've had a conversation with some of the people around the Deputy Prime Minister, to get him to town to get some understanding. I think there'd be nothing better than having him here, showing him exactly what's going on, and using that as the basis of our argument. Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, if I could just follow on from Councillor Shine. Thank you very much, Councillor Shine, for bringing that. My main concern and our community's concern is the loss of Morris Road. And we need not to give up on that, and we need to be pushing, because it's not just about what's going to happen tomorrow. It's about what happens in the future. And certainly in the next 10 years, we know with that road that it went from being under 20 vehicles a day to well over tens of thousands of vehicle movements a day when the bypass was built. So we can't really plan any traffic movements or the way traffic moves around our region without having a replacement for that road. And I think that it is a no-brainer, and I'm happy for you to have asked the Deputy Prime Minister to come here, because there's no way that I would personally accept the loss of Morris Road to our community.
Yep. Thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, through you. Appreciate the update, particularly around the city deals and the positive outlook and optimism that something might be struck before the federal election. Were there any other conversations of importance that would affect our council in regard to your discussions about any other matters? Was there, for example, discussion around support for local business or small business, or was there discussions around COVID and how that's now rolling out, or perhaps the international travel returning? Was there anything that's interesting that you could share?
No, not of that nature. I think we were focusing particularly on what we felt we'd like to get out of the federal election. There were some issues surrounding, I certainly may well have rattled some feathers when I had a fairly strong discussion about funding for local government and the broader respect for local government. And I took that up with both sides of politics. Of course, the age-old, bring it back to 1% and give us a chance to build the infrastructure that people expect of us. And that didn't happen, but no, there wasn't too much. But there was a broad range of particularly opposition spokespeople who came in. You know, some of them were about housing, and there was some good discussion. Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please. Councillor McDonald, seconder, please. Councillor O'Sullivan, those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, we now move to, I guess it's very close to 11 o'clock. Are the Tisby people outside? They are? Yep, I do. Councillors, could I have a motion that we change the order of today's meeting and discuss the Tisby matter now? We'll have to move and have Councillor Von Hoffers move, Councillor McMahon has seconded. Those in favour? Would someone then like to move that the meeting be closed to the public? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carroll-Taylor. Those in favour? Carried. All good.
You can do this motion first.
Need a motion that we change the order?
Or you can do the motion.
Going back to 13, which was the original process.
So we don't need a motion?
Up to 13, but if you go to Brian's, yes, we do.
Mr Mayor, how about we do the motion we've just been in confidential for to close it out, and then we go on to item 13.
Close out this one.
Close out that motion if you wish. Do I have a mover?
Motion 1.
Motion 1, which is the 3 points 1, 2 and 3. Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's the first 3 points there, Councillor Bill. Yep. You seconded that, Tim. Are you voting? Yep, good. That's carried. We move then to motion 2, that Council endorse the request from Tumut Surat Basin Enterprise to extend the current officer's secondment by 12 months, unless otherwise decided by Council, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer to implement the arrangements necessary. A mover, please. Councillor Summerfield has moved. Seconder, please. Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Those against? Vote recorded. Okay. Carried.
We've got Kerry missing too. Kerry's out of the room.
He's just absent, though, isn't he?
He's just absent, yeah.
I will just record that. No, that's all right.
Is he okay?
I haven't heard anything different.
Right.
I think he's fine. Yeah.
So we get
Okay.
Damien.
I think we bring Damien in now and do item 13.
That'll be public.
Item 13 is open session. At 2 o'clock, we will be dialing in Melissa Taylor. Now, it's happening, I believe. Hello, Melissa. We're just connecting you with the council meeting.
Thank you.
All's good. How are things your way? Okay. We're about to move into item 13, which is the provision of water supply to Clifton, Nobby, Greenmount and Cambodia. I'll hand over to the General Manager, Damien, to introduce the subject.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, just a moment.
You all right?
Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, and I believe we're back live, aren't we, Mr Mayor?
Yes. Open session.
Open session. Councillors, I don't want to step through the entire report. Mr Mayor, with permission, I'd like to take the report as read, if that's okay with you, or would councillors like to be stepped through the report? If so, Ray will come up and step you through the report. What would your preference be, Mr Mayor?
Councillors?
I think it'd be useful to go through the report, to be perfectly honest.
Sure.
Given it's an
Useful to
open-
go through the report. I think that would be
forum.
good.
Ray, will you come up and do the report, please?
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for your time. So I guess everyone has had a read, I'm sure. So essentially, a number of investigations have been undertaken to resolve the most efficient way to get water out of Toowoomba Bulk and down through the southern districts to pick up Cambodia, Greenmount, Clifton, etc., and Nobby. The major consideration we have at this point in time is this as yet unknown status of the raw water main as proposed by the state to Warwick, and the path that it will take is largely known, and it's to be honest, a similar path that we would take to get down to Clifton. So there are a number of options there. The first one is a staged approach, and I'm sure you've taken the time to read through that, but it's 5 stages to go from Toowoomba to Nobby. That's there just so we can do it in a as needs basis, an affordable basis to achieve the goal of getting to Nobby. Second option, the first option is the construction of the pipeline in full or staged. The second option is pause at this point, gain further understanding of what the state may or may not do. Or the third option, which is always an option, is do nothing, and we have the status quo now. So the recommendation at this point is to pause at this point and wait to see what the state will do and garner more information from them.
Thanks very much, Ray. Any comments? Councillor McDonald was up there first, Councillor Von Hoff, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
It's a question through you, Mr Mayor, through to Ray. Ray, on page 1 of the report, second paragraph under executive summary, you talk about council is in a technical position to commence the process of detailed design in this current financial year. Is that on track to be completed in this financial year?
Yes, so what we have is a concept design. We've done some preliminary geotech with understand the requirements to in and around the rail and main road requirements. So the preferred route is understood, and we have a fairly good understanding of the requirements to get from here to Clifton. Oh, excuse me, Councillor. Certainly, we could proceed at this point into a detailed design. Yes.
And you're going to have that completed by budget considerations for 22-23?
We would need to add funds into 22-23 to complete it. At this stage of the year, we wouldn't get a detailed design done.
No, given that it's not in our capital works or even 10-year capital works at the moment, it's something would obviously have to be shifted out for this to come in, which we fully understand.
That's correct.
But I'm just wondering whether you would have to let's say an engineer standard or a quantity surveyor costing that would be suitable to inform the 22-23 capital budget process.
Yes, absolutely.
You would? Yep. So you get that completed in this financial year to enable us to consider it in the 22-23?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I circulated with councillors and Kirsten last night an alternate motion. Could we have that one put up, please, Kirsten? Thank you. I'd like to move that one. Thanks, Mayor. It's particularly...
You are in fact moving the alternate motion now?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Because then all of the questions are relevant to that one as well.
Okay, the motion's been moved by Councillor Von Hoff. Is there a seconder? Councillor Summerfield has seconded that. You may speak for the motion.
Thanks, Mayor. I expect that there's going to be lots of questions and discussion. But Councillor McDonald just raised the question of the budget then. And the reason that option 1, as detailed in the report, is the financing of that would be spread out over 3 financial years is because, on advice from the Acting General Manager of Finance, that reduces the lumpiness of the project and also fits in with what we're doing now with the capital works phases over 3 years. And when I look at the original recommendation to council, I have to say, councillors, that I'm opposed to it, but I would go so far as to say I'm allergic to it. And it's because in all of our dealings with the state government, we have consistently had the Mayor saying there's three things that are non-negotiable for us. We can't be financially disadvantaged by this pipeline. We cannot have our water security diminished. And thirdly, that we need to figure out long-term solutions for those southern communities. And that recommendation that originally was put to us sort of crab walks away from those three things that we've been solid with the state government on. And it also, there's nothing magical about the date in September, holding off and waiting until September. It's a date that's been plucked from the air, and honestly, we work collaboratively with the state government, we really do. But what is to stop the state coming to us in September and saying, we just need a bit more time? And in the meantime, this report says to us that this issue has been burning for council since 2017. So since 2017, council, sorry, we're getting a bit of feedback here, but since 2017, council has known that there are capacity issues and quality issues that need to be addressed in the water to the south part of this region. And then things changed when there was suddenly an announcement from the state government, and we worked with that. And then the situation changed again when we got a lot of water falling in rainfall in the Southern Downs Regional Council area over summer. So we have to be flexible as well, and we have to look after and get on with the business of looking after those southern communities. And this motion that's before you now is an end to kicking the can down the road. And it gets on with planning and building a pipeline that council has intended to build for 5 years. And part two of the recommendation that's before us concerns that Mount Peel Reservoir. And we know from the report that Mount Peel Reservoir is 7 megalitres. The northwest trunk main is, I think, 4.9 kilometres. There's an estimated cost of that reservoir of $11.3 million. So we know the size, the length, the estimates of cost, but it's not included in option one of that provision of water to the south. And I think that there's a real urgency that we consider what the implications of that reservoir would be for Westbrook and beyond, because the report talks about how Westbrook is reaching the system as it is reaching its capacity for Westbrook. So if we're going to do something with that Mount Peel Reservoir and we want to consider it in our budget process, we need to really get our skates on, and for that report to be considered by council before we adopt the budget. So there's two parts to the motion that's before us, and part one is about getting on with it, and part two is about coming back to information, bringing information back to council so that we can understand the Mount Peel Reservoir more, because it seemingly is a really important piece of our planning infrastructure that we need to be across and act on sooner rather than later.
Thank you. If I can just ask a question of the General Manager. A report of this nature would take how long? And in the current circumstances, I'd imagine it would appear to me, with my brief discussions with you, that your department is seriously under the pump. Is this possible? What would you have to delete to make something like this happen? Because obviously, Section 2 of this recommendation, while I don't disagree with it, it would take some time to get ready.
Mr Mayor, everything that you've just said is true, and the questions are what would we stop doing and what is a reasonable amount of period of time for the consultations and the deep thinking to be done to prepare for that. Literally, councillors, I know you look at that and you say that's a month away. It's not. We'd basically have to finalise reports. We'd have about a week and a half to finalise reports in order to get them into the system for ELT review. So it's not a month away for us. It's back end of next week. At earliest, I would say April, Mr Mayor, for another report. I know that there is information sessions scheduled for capital works programs. I think that would fit in with it.
Thanks very much. Comment, Councillor Von Hoff?
A question, if we were to receive a report in April, would that allow for us to consider budget prior to adopting the next financial year's budget?
Councillors, I'll take the question, but I might refer to Councillor Jeff. Progressively, you look at various elements. You looked at fees and charges, all these sorts of things. Progressively, information sessions come through. It's not until late May into June when the budget is actually officially adopted, and sometimes it's sort of mid-June at that June meeting. Jeff, you're leaning
Well, in actual fact, you can make a change to the budget on the budget adoption day.
It's hard to do though.
But effectively, you can make a change to the budget on budget adoption day, which is why, anyway, I've got a couple of questions, but that's the answer to that. You can actually do it on the day.
And or budget 1, budget 2 reviews.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Carl, you wish to speak against?
No, question, if I may.
Okay, I'll take questions.
It's it's important that I understand, and I gather all of us, on page 1 of the report, 49 of board books. In the table there, the current status water supply, Damien or Ray, help me understand. I would imagine that this is a stepped process in regards to the finances we need to outlay in order to secure a water supply and into the foreseeable future. Can you give me some idea of what that looks like? I'm just wondering, I would assume that this is a sensible approach to us outlaying infrastructure in keeping with the original recommendation.
The staged approach, Councillor Carl, yes. The reverse osmosis treatment plant turned up on site at Clifton this morning, and we'll have that making water in or around the second week of March. So the trucking will cease and the urgency for Clifton will have been addressed. Where my problem child is Councillor Carroll, is Cambodia. We're trucking a great deal of water into there, and we have a single bore. There are 2 bores, but they're drawing from the same aquifer. You draw one, you drop the other one. So there's only 1 bore that we've really got in production there. Cambodia is a problem. It has been a problem for some period of time. I know that there's some resident sentiment in relation to the hardness of water at Greenmount, but it's aesthetic. That is, it's the taste, the texture, the way the wheel. It's not a health-based issue in relation to Greenmount. Greenmount is the next priority after Cambodia. Councillor Carroll, have I answered your question, Councillor Bill?
So I'm just trying to fill in the gaps. You make a recommendation and the Chair's making another one. I'm just trying to fill in the gaps as to a staged approach, notwithstanding there is a need there for Cambodia, absolutely. But why wouldn't... Anyway, I don't know how you answer.
Sorry, Councillor Bell, I'm not sure I'm answering your question or I understand
I'm trying to work through my mind why there's 2 different suggestions or 2 different motions here.
Well, that's the first time I've read that motion. So I'm just trying to understand what that means.
Doesn't fill me with confidence is, I guess, as plain as I could say it. I'm wanting to understand. Anyway.
Now, I've got a series of questions lined up here. I've got Councillor Nancy. Is it a question, Councillor Nancy?
Yes, it is, Mayor. A few questions.
Seeing so you second it, you can hardly speak against it, or you can, but it'll be different.
I can, but no, I'm not. I've just got some questions, if I could. I just wanted to just go back a sec, if I could, in relation to hard water. whilst hard water might be fine in the ADWG, it does create issues for people with their skin, like it develops eczema and all that sort of thing. So it can be a health issue for people, and I don't think that should be overlooked. And it's not only a health issue, it also, you know, it can impact people's appliances and all that sort of thing. So I think it is important to acknowledge that hard water is not just an aesthetic thing. It's actually has impacts. But look, I just wanted to talk about in the report, on page 5 of 16 on the top line, it says the existing water supply sources in Greenmount and Nobby are currently able to meet demand. And yet on page 2 at that table we were just looking at a minute ago, it talks about all the water that's carted to the various places. So to me, that is in conflict, and I just I thought that needed pointing out, that we can't say, well, we're carting water in one section and yet in the other say it's currently meeting demand. I'm a bit confused about that, if someone could help with that one.
Councillor Nancy, it's not really in conflict. There's adequate water there, but when we push those bores, they create hydrogen sulphide, which can be treated with chlorination. But the idea with when you get a hydrogen sulphide appearing in a stressed bore is to rest that bore and try and let it settle down. That's why we end up trucking in. We don't ever want to push a bore to depletion. Sometimes you can damage the flow that way by pumping the hell out of it.
I couldn't agree more, Damien, which is why I feel that statement that it's currently meeting demand isn't right, because of exactly what you just said. But just in relation to the carting, the data that's been provided there on the carting, the costs, I saw that it only goes to April 21, and I was surprised at that because the carting continues today, and I think it would help us to fully understand the huge impost on council with this carting of water. So I was surprised that it only went to April 21, and I wondered if there was a reason for that.
Oh, I don't have a particular reason for that one, councillor. That was the data that was readily available to bring it forward.
Okay, so the other thing that we need to remember in that is that all that carting, we're getting no government assistance, and yet the government is expecting us to continue to wait for them to make a decision about their pipeline while we continue to grow our increasing costs of carting water to these communities. And I just think it's just so totally unfair, and they've given no consideration for that in all the discussions that we've had, in the letters that the Mayor has written. There's been no assistance offered whatsoever, and when you compare us to what's happening in Southern Downs, they're two totally different things. They're getting all the support in the world and we're getting none in relation to our water carting, and so this is all the more reason why I think that this recommendation up here gets the support. And I just wondered about the Mount Peel Reservoir. I have to say that for me, the first time I heard about the Mount Peel Reservoir, I think was last week in committee, when I think the planning department or some other department mentioned the Mount Peel Reservoir, and I was a bit surprised about it, and it's great to see that there's been work done on that. And that it's 7 megalitres. Could you advise what size the reservoir is out at Omara, on the end of southern end of Omara?
I think it's 8.
It's 8, the Omara Road one?
It's 8, I think, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
But to answer your earlier question, Councillor Summerfield, the state has never told us ever not to build a pipeline to the south. Just as a point of clarity, that is our investment decision if we so choose to do so.
Oh, I didn't say that. They did tell us not to build it, and it's lovely to hear you say that. I think that reinforces the journey that we're on, Damien. Appreciate that.
It was felt by the executive that we would not want a duplicate set of pipes along the same easement, practically going to the same destination, and to the extent that there is an attempt to explore capital and infrastructure efficiency with a state government proposed project, that is what is the thinking behind the recommendation to defer the consideration to September. And whilst Councillor Von Hoff said it was a date plucked out of the air, it's not quite right. We have been given timelines by the relevant department to say that they're thinking about an investment decision somewhere between April into September. So that is where we thought September was a reasonable time period, councillors.
Thank you. So then the other thing I forgot to mention earlier was I thought councillors should all be aware is that the Clifton GAB won't be connected now until sometime in March. It was to be done, I think, by the 28th of February from memory, and it will now be March. So
Yes,
I just
it
wanted
was.
to let people know.
Councillor Summerfield, the reverse osmosis treatment plant turned up on the back of a truck this morning.
Yes.
We'll get you some vision. We will be, I said before, we'll be making water within 2 weeks into March.
Okay, now I've got a series of people wanting to ask questions, I'd assume. No one at this point in time wants to speak against the motion. The next questions would come from Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I actually do in part because two things. Just on that last point, whilst it's never been said not to build a pipeline to Cambodia, it's all public money, and I certainly wouldn't support a doubling up of public money for what is very expensive infrastructure. So I think we need to be very careful about that, all public money. Number two, why would we support a report, a request that, not a request, it's an alternate recommendation, that a report be presented at the Water and Waste Committee meeting on the 8th of March regarding the extension of the Northwest Trunk Main from Toowoomba to Westbrook via Mount Peel and the construction of a 7 megalitre reservoir at Mount Peel when it has already been said that that timeline is impossible to meet. So I can't support that on there. So whether I'm speaking against it or not, we need to be very mindful of the capacity of this organisation, and we need to be very mindful of the pressures that we put on our staff when we make those demands. We've been told that it's impossible to meet that's the end of next week when that has to be actioned. So at the end of the day, you know, we're not GOD capital letters. We have to take advice on what is and what isn't possible. And I think that to put that in there without any change, it would mean that I can't support it.
Councillor Carroll, I'll take that as a speaker against, and thanks for your opinion. The next question will come from Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Clarifying questions to Ray or Damien or whoever's there. So looking at the officer's recommendation here, which says, when I get it back up, we wait until the Queensland Government provides further clarity in relation to this, knowing full well that there isn't any. And it could be tomorrow, it could be 3 years, it could be never. And so I appreciate the steps by Councillor Vonhoff to just go, we've got to start building our own. I suppose my first question to Damien is, we will start having water in Clifton in 2 weeks. The other two towns, Nobby and Greenmount, are not of significant concern according to you. It's just Cambodia. Could we just go to Cambodia, which is the town of most concern to you, and then wait until we have some sort of acknowledgement from the state? Cambodia obviously being the northernmost and the stage 2, instead of going all the way to stage 5.
Councillor Tim, will be making water in about 4 weeks from now, which is middle of March, not 2 weeks. The RO will be in testing mode and things like that in 2 weeks.
Sure.
That water that we make then, the team will work out whether it's sent to sewer or sent to some other purpose or is fit for purpose, but no, we won't be making water until the second week of March. Councillors, that was your second element there is go to Cambodia and to Greenmount. That is the highest priority for us, Cambodia in particular. And that was where our thinking was. Ray, do you want to have any words?
Mayor, can I please clarify for Councillor McMahon?
Just briefly, yes.
So, Councillor McMahon, the option 1 that's in the alternate motion is actually it's the option that's presented by officers in the report, and it is a stage approach. So we don't need, and Councillor Carl, this will answer your question as well. We've spent, you know, $5 million whatever for Clifton to get its water supply sorted out, as it were. So we no longer need to go all the way to Clifton, and that's the benefit of this staged approach. And we don't even immediately need to go to Nobby. We need to get to Cambodia and we need to get to Greenmount, because although Greenmount's water falls within the the safe drinking water guideline standards, it is having exceedances with the aesthetics.
Councillor Von Hoff, I agree. If your report says $14.7 million,
Yep.
to me that would be adding this up, stage 1, 2, 3.
It takes us to Greenmount.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not going all the way. up the
No,
moment.
to go all the way is an extra cost. It just gets us to
Okay.
Greenmount,
Okay. Which is all we need.
which
Good.
is at the moment,
Thank you for
it's all we
clarifying
need.
that.
We might down the track need more, but at the moment, we don't.
So, yeah, okay, so perhaps if we get some clarity from the state government around that, question to Ray, can they just pick up from where we left off? Should we hypothetically have a pipeline that ends in about Greenmount?
Thank you for your question, councillor. We can end a pipeline anywhere. It's all about what you expect the ultimate capacity of the pipeline to be. So if the pipeline's only ever intended to go to Greenmount, you would size it to suit Greenmount. If eventually you intend the pipeline to go to Clifton, you would size it to go to Clifton. So if we were to pull it up at Greenmount, ultimately we intend it to be in Clifton, you would size it for Clifton. Okay, there's no point building a small pipeline and then ripping it up in 10 years' time and putting another one down. That's just a waste of funds. So you would have a larger pipeline to Greenmount. It may bring other issues, water quality issues along with it, but we'd have to model that just to confirm what we should see at the end.
So, Ray, final question. Bigger pipe for further distance. So if you're going further, as the state government suggests, you would build a bigger pipe again. So are you sort of saying that the one that we're proposing in Councillor Von Hoff's alternate motion would be entirely the one that Councillor Von Hoff is proposing would be entirely incompatible with the pipeline proposed by the state government?
No, well, if we follow Councillor Von Hoff's motion and go to Greenmount, we'd need to know at the start whether council intend for Greenmount to be the end or Clifton to be the ultimate end.
Yeah,
so
of course.
It will change the construction of the pipeline.
So we can't just, however many years it takes us to get to Clifton, get there with a pipe, and then the state government tracks it on the end and goes to Warwick. That's not sort of happens.
No. So the state government proposal is a raw water pipeline,
Okay.
which would need treatment to provide it to the community.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That's what I was after. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and it's also, it's good to hear from the General Manager Platts about when they would be able to get that report. I'm happy to amend so that it's the 12th of April. I believe that's the date of the April Water and Waste Committee report. Kirsten, you're giving me a nod? Yep, thanks. Whitfield agrees with that.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I know we're not supposed to bring props into Parliament, but it's not a lump of coal. It's the council wish list from 2018, and number one was the Southern Regional Water Pipeline, Toowoomba to Clifton. So, you know, this has been around for a really long time, and I understand the inefficiency of having a doubling up of infrastructure. But I can't see, putting my development hat on, my planning and development, we're talking about where the growth is going to go. We're restricted in the north, and we know that it's got to go to the south. So how can we talk about these two things in two separate conversations? I don't understand it. It's such a necessity. We cannot wait around forever for the state to say A or nay. Now, the heat's gone out of what they're doing because the dams down there are full, so, and I know that they drop really quickly, but those parts of our southern region have been waiting since 2017 for us to be doing something. So I've got a couple of questions. One, even if the state was to build it and with the raw water and we have the RO plants, has there really been that discussion that we are going to be able to access that, Ray or Damien? You know, we sort of go along with this presuming that we're going to be able to access it.
Councillors, the project has always been asked, as Councillor Von Hoff said, to assure water security, no cost disadvantage, and to connect our 4 towns. And the project has gone and sought from SMEC a design for the vanilla case, which is 4 water treatment plants hanging off that raw water pipeline to service those 4 communities. And at the project level, they have said yes, there'll be the commitment to connecting our 4 southern towns. The reverse osmosis treatment plant is good for the shallow bores. It's good for the deep bore. We would probably need a different type of treatment because there's not the same challenges with the water coming from Crestbrook, Perseverance and Kubi down that main. It's different water. You build a water treatment plant to treat the water you're going to receive. Does that make sense?
Well, so there has been a commitment that we would be able to
connect.
To connect into it.
But
So-
no money, they're not saying they haven't committed in a piece of paper to us in a letter saying that they'll pay for it all. The commercials haven't been discussed at any level of granular detail about any access prices or ownership of the pipeline or volumetric prices. None of that's there. They've got teams working on that, but we're now sort of 2 years and a bit down the track from the Premier's announcement, and that detail is not there. And in relation to the growth front question, I won't take that myself. I wouldn't mind deferring it to Dave Quinlan, if I may, Mr Mayor.
It's probably not really even a question. It's just a statement, I guess, Dave. I don't need you to say anything, I guess. But what I would like the answer to is, to my mind, we have to do the reservoir at Mount Peel, no matter whether the state builds that pipeline or whether we build that pipeline. So can't we, at a very minimum, crack on with Councillor Von Hoff's suggestion in the stage approach and start planning for that reservoir and preparing the site for it, getting it designed? Who can answer that? Well, I don't think they're two totally different things.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I think, just for a point of clarity, and obviously I'll rely on my water colleagues, but certainly option, or part 1 of the alternate motion talks about the supply to those townships, particularly through to Cambodia and Greenmount, certainly. The second one, the northwest trunk main that's referred to there, that is not necessary for supplying water through to Cambodia and Greenmount. That is a separate issue, indeed. So that, yes, there is augmentation, and there may have been some, as you read through it, it talks about Green Wattle Street and all the rest of it. It's necessary to augment some of our system, certainly to get water through to those southern towns.
Clarification, Mr Mayor. Clarification there. I think there's been confusion over what was Council's motion. Council's motion included Westbrook. That's why that's all part of this. We know that you don't need the reservoir and everything to get the water to Cambodia and Greenmount, but Westbrook was included in Councillor Megan's motion, which is why it's more than just the southern pipeline.
Mr Mayor, could I please see what the feeling is around the room to have this deferred and we have an urgent information session around this? I feel that we're just knee-jerking here and we need to be fully aware of the impacts of this, what we're agreeing to. There's confusion around it, and I think that I, for one, am not prepared to support or decline or go against. I really want to have more knowledge. I'm sorry, it's public money, and we need to be very sure how best we can spend it and strategise for these things, and I would prefer if we deferred it.
I'm feeling a bit the same way in that we need to get a good picture of both pipelines before we can make a decision of this nature and what it would be likely to be, because obviously the pipeline to Southern Downs is a raw water line. This is a pure water line. So, Councillor Summerfield, you had your arm up there?
Yeah, I did, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm not sure what other information you need, Councillor Taylor. Could you tell us what else you need? Because there's a lot of information in this report. We're all aware that this pipeline has been in design. The preliminary design has already been done on it, meaning that it can be piped to Greenmount with capacity in it to take it all the way to Clifton. I'm just wondering what additional information you could possibly want apart from what's in the report.
There are many. I would like more information. I would like opportunity to question officers. Greenmount mostly have tanks. I was the mayor out there. The water issue hasn't arrived yesterday. It's been there for a long, long time, and it's got a lot to do with the underground water table. Cambodia was doubled in size by a decision of this council after 2008, and that's why the issues are there. I think that, and I don't know how we resolve this, but what I mentioned before, that if the state government comes and put a pipeline in there, then we've got a pipeline as well, and that's a terrible waste of public money. So I think that in some way we need to get some sort of a commitment, because we should not be building a pipeline and then have the state come and build one that could do the same job and we could tap into for a fraction of the amount of money that we'll be doing. So I think that I don't know. I can only speak for myself. Maybe in your portfolio you're far more over it than I am, and that's as it should be. But I just feel that for myself to be making a clear-minded decision, that I need to have an information session on the matter.
It would appear to me as if there's. We're just going to go around the circles of questions. We have a mover, we have a seconder, we have a motion before us. Is there anyone who wishes... and I've got a number of questions here. I've got Councillor Carl next, and Councillor Summerfield and Councillor McDonald. This could go on for quite a while. I'm not sure, in my mind, that we have enough information on the table or that we can do it in the timeframes and the confusion there is around the alternate pipeline to be built possibly by the government. We don't know when or what. If you wish, I can take a few more questions, and the first question will come from Councillor Carl.
Yeah, probably a couple, if I may, Chair. Look, I too think there's some confusion around the assumption that Part 2 is the same pipeline. The officers, I think, if I'm assuming correctly, the officers have more than adequately explained their hydrology on a pipe network is vastly different. One from the existing network to Mount Peel Reservoir would be a very different sized pipe than a pipeline from here, the existing network, to Greenmount and then hence on to Clifton. And Ray has ably explained that. So I would assume, or officer, either Damien or Ray, is it a reasonable assumption that there is quite possibly, if we jump in and build what we think is a staged pipeline, will be a standalone piece of infrastructure that may be augmented to the main pipeline? In other words, duplication of public funds, as Councillor Taylor has suggested. Would it be a reasonable assumption to think that if we step back from this and take a broader view from a water network point of view, the state has an opportunity here to contribute? And the reason why I say that, I hope we've learned from history in owning our pipelines, that comes with a whole of life cost. depreciation, and its expensive repairs, as we know. That's why we're doing upgrades to our existing pipelines now. So if the state has an opportunity to contribute, they might actually very well own this pipeline, and we pay a service fee or a access fee and set up our standalone water treatment plants. Reasonable assumption?
Mr Mayor, thank you. Councillor Carl, I don't have the data to put in front of you to say it's a better option for Toowoomba long term to have its own potable water pipeline. It certainly gives you control, and it means we won't have an additional 4 water treatment plants to the south.
I'm suggesting the state could actually own the pipeline and we pay an access fee for raw water and treat it with standalone water treatment plants, and we don't have the whole of life costs of a southern pipeline, and it's part of a larger interregional network.
Councillor Carl, I still don't have the math to be able to tell you it's a good deal or a bad deal. I don't have the volumetric, I don't have the access charges. It's not there, and that's why we wanted to give ourselves a few more months for that to come through so that the council can fully inform itself as to whether or not you're better off to have to not be part of a state raw water pipeline, and that it's better off for you to have your own duplicated potable pipeline running right alongside it. There are numerous examples around the globe where it's economically efficient, and you'll see 2 railroads owned by 2 different people going from the same place to the same place. That's not necessarily completely inefficient. There is some I'll take Councillor Carroll's view, it's all public monies and we want to sweat the assets as much as we can, but I quite simply don't have the information in front of us to be able to make a recommendation to you at this point in time that you're better off to do a potable pipeline or wait and see what the data is from the state. Sorry, Councillor Carroll.
But the sensible way to do it, if we're going to build our own, is build it as Ray's suggested. The technical officer, for goodness sake, has suggested you build it to accommodate the pipe size in totality to Clifton. So we can't build effectively a stage to Mount Peel without building the full pipe size, which then could, I mean, you've got to try and keep the system charged then with a pipe size that's...
Water age, it's all sorts of things, but you've got to make sure that you size it for where you think your final destination is and the size of the pipe. Yes, yes.
I don't know, for the sake of
simple.
For the sake of what, a few months, and we can top up water supply for Cambodia and Greenmount, or at least Cambodia, so we don't run the bore dry. For the sake of those months, and if you've had an indication from the department, it might be prudent for us to just hang for a little bit longer to see what comes out of that. Otherwise, we get cracking and we do our own.
Just make a comment. In the original motion here, there is no mention of Mount Peel. The only place that's been mentioned is in the options that are available in the following. So it is not here in the original recommendation. I just wanted to point that out because Councillor Summerfield said it wasn't, and it's only in, I've gone right through it again, and it's only in the options open to council, and it's mentioned further on. So there's nothing about Mount Peel in the original recommendation.
Thank you.
I didn't say there was.
Councillor Summerfield, I got you next, but did you want to
That's pertinent.
ask any further questions?
I just wanted to advise that I didn't say that it was in the original. What I did say was that the first I'd heard of it was, I think, last week at committee when planning mentioned it. Anybody mentioned it was the first I'd heard of the reservoir at Mount Peel, that there was planning in the pipeline for that. That was all. I don't have a question. Thank you.
It's reasonable to assume we're dealing with 2 separate, different pipelines here for discussion. One discussion is about the network for Toowoomba, and the second discussion is about a raw water pipeline. Councillor McDonald, I've got you next.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. David?
Mr Mayor, probably a point of clarification. There are, in the alternate motion, 2 pipelines effectively being presented there.
Yep.
Neither of those are to do with the raw water pipeline from the state. I just wanted to clarify.
2 pipelines.
The point I was making before, the one in part 1 that you can see there is about provision of water down through to Cambodia and Greenmount. The second motion, or second part of the motion there, is talking about a different pipeline that would be going from, well, what's called the Northwest Trunk Main, from Greenwattle Street across Mount Peel to Westbrook. That second pipeline is not required in terms of this immediate provision of water to Cambodia and Greenmount. Option 1 deals with supply to those existing urban areas there. Just a point of clarification, I thought important.
Okay. Well, I did mention that there were 2 pipelines, didn't I? You're talking about 2 different issues.
Mr Mayor, you're correct. There are 2 different pipelines, but neither one is about the raw water main from the state. The raw water main from the state, as referred to in the report, is about, well, the officers have suggested, delaying the decision until we know what the state's doing in terms of a raw water main, because that may have an influence on the way you might approach that issue if we knew. But of course, we don't know at this time.
Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to whomever wants to answer this question. Appreciate all the information that's been put through and appreciate Councillor Von Hoff's alternate motion. I guess the questions I have relate obviously around budget and timing and all those sorts of things. The budget adoption can take place from the 31st of May through to the 31st of July. So that's the window of opportunity that exists, and therefore we wouldn't have a response from the government for the 22-23 original budget, but certainly we could have through a budget review process. The question I have probably to the General Manager, and this is probably to all General Managers and the ELT in fact, is, Damien, you mentioned this is the first time you've actually read this motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Jeff.
So it will be difficult for you to answer this question. And the question is simply, what will we remove from a capital budget by putting this in, whether it's through water or through other areas of council, given we've had one capital session, and we've got another one coming up next week, where the capacity of this council from a financial sustainability is a question each budget period, and the same will happen this time. Have you got, and perhaps this is a question on notice, but have you got any idea of a project that may be able to be taken out of your area to accommodate this happening in 22, 23, etc.?
Categorically no.
Okay, so second question is around the validity, if you like, or accuracy of an estimate of $14.7 million to be put into a recommendation where historically estimates are our best chance of understanding what a quantity surveyed, a cost estimate, engineering estimate might be. And I understand, given the answers that was given earlier, that's taking place now and can be gone through detailed design, and we would have an accurate figure that may be more or less than that $14.7 million that's actually in the recommendation, and we'd know that this current financial year before June 30.
Councillors, when Ray took the question, it was about the design of the pipeline to the south and everything necessary to do the pipeline to the south with an ultimate destination of Clifton, and he said he could get into the detailed design. He's got a preliminary design, he could get into the detailed design and start that work in this financial year. And then there would be some digging next year if the budget was so allocated. In terms of the Mount Peel, Councillor, I have asked already for an extension into April to be able to consult with my planning colleagues, my own team, and to think through what that is. I don't want to be put on the spot like that. Sorry, Councillor Jeff, I can't answer that question.
No, that's perfectly fine, and to be fair, I actually don't have anything against the second part of the motion. I do think it's a completely separate motion and not part of this report. That's my personal opinion of it, and probably should have been general business item. However, Damien, and just sorry to scrutinise, but I'm really concerned about having a quantity, a number of $14.7 million into this motion when we actually don't have an accurate figure on what that could be at this stage. Given historically figures and increase in pricing of all these sorts of things we've been speaking about, up to 30% and what have you, it would be difficult for me to say an estimate is an accurate assessment given the detailed design isn't complete.
Correct.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Summerfield?
The numbers are in the report, which is where that's costing has come from.
Through you, Mr Chair, if I could. Thanks, Councillor Summerfield, and I respect that you're questioning my ability to read. However, it is an estimate, and it is mentioned in the report as an estimate. What we're after is a detailed design so that we're not having a perhaps recurrence of a water treatment plant or something else that may change significantly in costing. That's where I'm getting to.
Have a question next from Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan, and then we better get to the motion or do something.
Thank you, Mr
And
Mayor.
quite
I probably didn't have a question. I just want to remind councillors that I brought that motion in December, and this is where I presume that Councillor Bonhoff why she had brought this forward in the way and where it had come from originally, which was that Council authorised the CEO to prepare a report as a matter of urgency for the consideration of Council detailing the stage planning, budgeting and schedule required for an urban trunk water supply to service the southern urban area, Westbrook and Drayton, and townships of Cambodia, Greenmount, Nobby and Clifton. And I'll just read out the reasons for that motion because I think it's important to keep that in mind while we're discussing this. To implement Council's longer-term growth plan and any degree of confidence for the development industry and residents seeking new housing options over the next few years, the rollout of essential infrastructure is fundamental. Any delays in addressing the urban water supply deficiencies in the southern part of the region will significantly affect Council's ability to accommodate population growth in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's where this has come from, and that's the sort of the essence of it. I don't know where why it's so complicated. I guess I don't understand.
So it's all been here before.
Mayor, can I just? We've got a councillor who has to leave for personal reasons. I'd like to move a procedural motion that the motion be put.
Move the procedural motion, the motion be put, and I don't think that requires a seconder at this point in time. Brian?
Yeah, you need to have a move.
No,
you
you
need
don't.
to have someone to second.
You don't, not for a procedural motion.
That you're going to go to the vote.
A procedural motion doesn't require a seconder. And the only reason I'm doing it is because we've got a councillor who must leave.
It doesn't need a seconder, but it needs a vote to go to vote.
It needs a vote that would go to the vote, yes. You're dead right. So, councillors, the procedural motion has been put. Those who want the motion to be put, would you put your hands up, please? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Then we've got Councillor Taylor online as well.
Councillor Taylor? Are you with us? Do you want the motion to be put? No. Okay. So those against the motion, that the motion be put. We have Councillor Taylor's vote against the motion. I'll take that vote. Those who are against having the motion put? 6. The motion is lost. Sorry, Councillor Summerfield.
Could we have that our votes be noted, please?
Are they okay? Those who voted for the motion to be put. That was Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor McMahon and Councillor Von Hoff. Those who voted against were Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Bill Carl, Councillor Tim, no, yep, Councillor James, Councillor Kerry, Councillor McDonald and myself.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
It's a very, very, very scratchy line, and I couldn't quite hear properly. My vote was actually for the motion, so my apologies. It's
Right. Well, the message I picked up, was that you were voting against that the motion be put.
No, for the motion, sorry. Very, very difficult to hear.
Well, where are we now? Because Councillor Tim has moved.
Mr Mayor, you might just clarify the motion for Councillor Melissa Taylor so she knows exactly what we're voting on.
The motion was that the motion be put, which was moved by Councillor Von Hoff. It did not require a seconder, and the motion, those who voted for, wait a minute, the motion, with Councillor McMahon, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Taylor and Councillor Von Hoff. Sorry? Yeah, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those who voted against the motion were myself, Councillor Carl, Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Shine and Councillor C.E. Taylor. That's 6-5 by my calculations.
So we keep going.
So that means the motion is lost, that it be put. I'll take your direction as to where to now. We'll further the discussion.
We move that we defer.
And do you want to add a bit to that, Councillor Carl, in terms of...
We've got a motion that's before
Mayor, we've
us.
already got a motion that's moved and seconded. We've already got a motion that's moved and seconded, so we can't have another motion. But I do have an alternate motion that perhaps the mover and seconder might consider, if that's something, an amendment to it? An amendment to the motion?
Sorry, so
Yep.
it's an amendment. Option part 1 would be
Part
an
one.
amendment that you're moving.
That's right, yeah.
Can we see that?
So, there it is. Good on you, Kirsten.
Kirsten, it's an amendment.
I'm happy to read that. The council progressed to the detailed design, including cost engineering, quality surveying of option 1, table 3 of the report entitled Provision of Water such as so-and-so to inform the 2022-23 capital budget considerations. I'm unsure, given what Damien's last answer was, whether that will actually be achieved before budget considerations, however. That was the reason for the questioning.
Well, as you pointed out before, there's a degree of flexibility if we want to bring something into the budget, the various budget reviews. So that's an amendment to the motion. You have a comment, Councillor Von Hoff?
So
I've got a mover, by the way. I need a seconder
it's
for that amendment.
It's a point-
You've seconded that, Councillor?
I've got
It's
questions
point-
before I
point
second
of-
it.
Point
Thank
of
you.
order, point of order, Chair. We've got a motion before us. Councillor McDonald has moved an amendment, so
Yes.
that comes back to the mover and the seconder to accept or
That's right.
otherwise.
Not necessarily.
right.
No, yeah. I'm
It's an
happy to
amendment.
second it.
It's an amendment.
Has to.
I'm happy to second it, Mr Mayor, thank you.
I think an amendment...
No, we
I'll take
actually
your-
vote on the amendment. If you've got a
Yes,
mover and a seconder
exactly.
of the amendment, if it's lost, you go back to the
And,
motion.
and further to that, you can ask the mover and seconder if they agree to the amendment. If they don't, then the amendment's voted on.
Right, well, we've got a mover and we've got a seconder in Councillor Carol Taylor for the amendment. The normal thing would be that that amendment would be debated and put.
Question.
Question?
Thank you, Chair. I really like the amendment if it enables us to move forward with this, because I think it's important that we do. My clarification that I'm seeking is informing the 22-23 capital budget considerations. Can we be sure that that will come to us in time? Because you talk about BR1 and BR2, well, that's really kicking the tin down the road. And we've kicked this tin too far down the road for too long now, waiting for the state government to make a decision. They continue deferring and fumbling about making a decision. And we as council haven't even said that we agree to that Southern Pipeline to Warwick, and nor has Southern Downs. So We need to progress this, and I'd like to think that we could get the outcome of number 1 in time for our budget, as in before the 30th of June or whatever date it is that we adopt it.
I mentioned the words I mentioned, the budget review.
Yeah, which kicks it down the
Because that is a
road.
mechanism for putting things in a budget that don't make it.
But it kicks it down
That's
the
the only reason
road.
I mentioned it, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you. So I just want clarification that we'll definitely get it in time.
Have we got someone, Councillor McDonald, do you wish to comment on that?
Well, I certainly won't be doing the work on that one, but the General Manager might be able to comment on that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I have a staff of 235 and I work them as hard as I possibly and humanly can, and I will try and endeavour to meet expectations of the council. But I will do my best. How's that?
Thanks, Damien. Thank you, Damien. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. So I want an outcome here, and I have a question about that part 1. So in the report, it says that council, and we've talked about this, council's in a technical position, it was your question, Councillor McDonald, to commence the process of detailed design right now, up until the end of June, and construction in 22-23, subject to funding being allocated. So how does what's before us advance what is already stated in the report that it's council's position? Does this actually advance us in terms of progressing things?
It does, because it means that we actually do consider it in this area, whereas the original officer's motion was till September. This is actually bringing that forward, so it's in line with what you're saying. What it is doing is not saying that the cost is X amount of dollars, $14.7 million, and it's not saying that we're taking something out or something in. So this then gives the ELT that opportunity right across the organisation, not just in water and waste, that chance to assess the capital program, so that it will give them a chance, once we know that, because at the moment the detailed design, which it may have started but it isn't finished, and we need that to get the costings. At the moment, I don't know about anyone else around here, but given the flux of costs of things at the moment, I wouldn't be too game on putting any numbers in a motion at the moment. So this gives us that chance, gives the organisation a chance. Option 2, probably we need to remove 8th of March in there. You see that it's probably got 12th of April, 8th of March. But that's the reason for it. So it gives the organisation if you like, the correct process to work through, discuss it across ELT as to where it can fit best, so that, and finance need to be involved in that conversation as well, I have to say, so that we can get a report that comes to council at budget time, that we know exactly what we're dealing with. Then we can spread it over that 3 years or whatever the case may be.
But it is support then for progressing with option 1 is implicit in this motion.
What it's saying is that council progress the detailed design, including the costing, so we know exactly what they are for option 1, and it'll inform the budget of 22-23, which we do a 3-year budget at the same time. So it'll inform that.
Yeah, so therefore May 31st, but probably we're looking at about June, but the costings will be in.
Well, we need the costings to inform those decisions. And that was the first question I raised, and then it's been raised probably 3 or 4 times, and Damien has given us the assurance that they'll do the best they possibly can to do that. So I think, given what's been explained, I think that's about the best we can offer at this stage.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that I'm asking a lot about the timeline, but it is important because this has been kicking around since 2017, and enough already.
Yeah.
Enough already. So I'm happy to support this.
Just ask Brian to make a comment, please.
Councillors, to progress to the detailed design, including the engineering costs and quantity surveying, you're going to be spending over $1 million, which isn't in the budget, just to do that. So That's an issue. So you're going to need funding to actually do that issue, to do that.
So this is the core of the question of the quantum of work and the actual $14.7 million and making sure that we know exactly what we've got. That's the core of this issue. So if that's the case, we need then a motion that says to the words of progress to fund the detailed design, including engineering, taken, just because if you don't mind, don't put anything up there just yet, allocated from funds within the capital program, reallocated. We've got BR2 in the next 3 weeks, and that's where that could be done. So reallocated through BR2. So it's progressing it. It means the organisation is going to have to find $1 million to do this before the end of June for all of that to take place. So we're going to have to do that anyway. And I actually thought the budget included that in this financial year, but if it doesn't, then maybe, we're probably not in line.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Damien,
The work that could be completed this year, Chief, would be about $1 million to do the whole thing, because you do the detailed design all the way through. It's about, nice round even numbers, about 10%, right? So you're looking at the order of $3 million to do the detailed design all the way through. But they would prioritise the stages, and the CEO is correct. Some of that money would get detailed up to a certain level, a certain stage. But knowing that certain stage, as Ray said much earlier in the day, need to have an understanding of where that pipeline stops in order to size it correctly, because you don't want too big or too small. You want it to be just right, like the 3 bears and that lady that stole their porridge.
Mr Mayor, can I make
Councillor
a
Carroll.
comment? Thank you. I again say I can't support this. We're talking about money that's not allocated, and we're actually a whole of organisational thing here. We have the second longest length of road in Queensland, and I think the third in Australia. And the more we take things out of capital that's not planned for or not budgeted for, the impacts go through the whole organisation. That's why I think we should more consider this in an information session. And I think I am a bit tired of being the organisation that the section that gets squeezed all the time. And we need also, whilst water is very important, we need to remember that at least half of our area doesn't have a water supply.
Okay, you've got a motion, got an amended motion before you.
Could I get clarification, please, Mayor, please, before we go to that vote? The CEO has mentioned that we need to find another $1 million to do this, and I get from the GM that maybe we do have the $1 million to do it. Do we need to find any more money in the current budget to give us a closest possible accurate figure to consider it in a budget with the money that you've currently got in this current financial year?
Sorry, Councillor Jeff, I think you're incorrect there in that understanding. We don't have the money sitting in the budget to do the detailed design on this project in this financial year. The CEO is correct. We need to reallocate money, as you suggested before, through BR1. I can't answer your question right now as to what, if I was to live within the water and waste and wastewater envelope, where that would come from, and if it wasn't to live within that envelope, where else it would come from across council. I do believe that our carryovers this year will be in this one hand of millions. So does that assist,
thank
Councillor
you.
Jeff?
Yeah, no, it does assist. So therefore, this is all, particularly number 1, is predicated on a budget review to fund what's got to happen before we understand the costs that can go into the budget next year.
Correct. And then you've got to do the procurement, the quotes or the tendering, depending on the sizing. And yes.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get some realistic timeframes here. By the sounds of it, we'd be pushing it to get number 1 achieved in time for the 22-23 budget consideration. We probably wouldn't do it. A, financially, because you need to get a decision on where you're going to get that money from, and B, timing, given that it'll be March, which means you've got 2 months to do it.
That's correct, Councillor. It would be a push. So there's many ways of contracting provision of services out. So typically in council, we would do a design and followed by a construct, or you can do a design, make your mind up, and then do a construct. So to do a detailed design now, we would need to seek appropriate funds. I'd need to go to market, ask them the question to do a detailed design, find a design consultant who has the capacity to do it now, and then have them do a detailed design, geotech engineering and costing exercise to Greenmount or Clifton. So it all takes a little bit of time.
Okay, so we're embarking on this detailed design. Is the state also embarking on a detailed design? Are they getting to that detail or not quite?
Yes, Councillor. So the state are presently at almost 90% design.
Okay.
So you do your design in stages, 30, 60, 90, 100% issue for construction type stages.
And all indications are through you, Matt, is that we will know that by September this year. We'll know whether it's go ahead or not go ahead, or with the state.
Councillor, I'm potentially, I've not got any hard and fast dates. So.
Righto. Okay, thanks, Ray.
Councillor Von Hoff, you've got a comment?
Yeah, I do. Then what is in this report? Because this report says council is in a technical position to commence the process of detailed design in 21-22 financial year, subject to funds being allocated, and construction in 22-23.
Councillor, I think that's what we've just been saying. We don't have budget, which is exactly what that says. And the preliminary design has been done. God, this is awful. The preliminary design has been done. They are in a position to go and put a piece of work out, but without budget, I can't go and put work out. Does that?
No, that's not what's in this report. It says that council is in a technical position to commence the process of detailed design in 21-22 financial year, subject to funds being allocated.
Correct.
And construction in 22-23.
Technical, reread that, technical position. Technical position.
What's
Subject to budget
So the
to get
question
something
is,
out there. But as you've heard from Ray, we'd have to actually go to market within procurement, find a design house which is sitting there with a couple of designers doing nothing at the moment, or can reallocate their time. If we went to some of the contractors, we know, anecdotally, we know quite a few of them aren't quoting on things because their dance card's already full. I don't want to go into any, I know we're in live session, I keep having to remind myself, and I do wonder whether a good information session would be prudent.
and Chair, I would just also say, I would remind councillors that all the while we are paying carting costs. All the while there is a sense of urgency with this, because they're in the report. We've spent $1.39 million per year on carting costs, and that's not taking into account what happens to the roads with those added tankers, many trips every day. We cannot just keep waiting. There is a sense of urgency to this.
Councillor, the reverse osmosis treatment plant turned up this morning, and we will cease carting to Clifton, which is the majority of those carting costs. Those tankers will be available to be redeployed, which means we won't be, may or may not be using the small contractor carters. So the carting costs, yes, have been high, and no, we haven't been helped with them. But they are about 4 weeks away from ceasing, the majority of it.
We've still got, through you, in the report, Chair, it talks about the carting costs for Cambodia, $406,000 per year. Greenmount, an additional $32,000 per year.
Yes.
There are additional costs.
Using contractors and their trucks, Councillor Von Hoff, we have our own 2 portable semis which are deployed to 100% to Clifton. When Clifton is no longer requiring carting, those semi-trailers, we will work out whether or not they're the right configuration for one or two to remain in service and do that carting as we come in for Cambodia and Greenmount, or whether we continue to require contractors, because if you know, you might only need 5 or 10 tonne of water rather than 25 or 28 tonne of water. So those operational decisions will be made, and we'll make them as efficiently as we can for the council.
Councillor Carl, you've had your hand up for quite some time.
Yes, Mayor, look, don't we owe it to the community to hang on just a little longer? It's been very frustrating dealing with the state on this, but given the timing and the original recommendation of the officers, I mean, notwithstanding, no one around this table doesn't understand the urgency of it and the carting costs. But there is a potential, albeit a raw water main, for the state to own a broader network that services a number of regions where we don't have a whole of life cost, where we could pay an access fee. That's why I was comfortable with the officer's recommendation around this could actually alter our design outcomes and what we actually own as water asset. Do you really want to take on more water assets, councillors? Because we're one of the only councils in the state that owns its water assets, and it's proving very, very expensive to remain sustainable in the future. And we're talking about building another major pipeline to the south when we haven't even, well, let's just wait until September. It might all be worth nothing and we have to do it. But isn't it worth a try for the community instead of projecting bring forward costs onto our community where the state has the ability to able to contribute or even own, and it's cross-subsidised across the state for a vital water network where everyone deserves a drink. That's their job as well. That's what we should be hanging out for.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question, if I could.
I've got Councillor O'Sullivan who's been down there for quite some time.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wonder whether Damien could speak about the estimate of costs in terms of the LGIP and how much of that is covered by the LGIP. I know if it's in the PIA within the town.
It's not in there, councillors. The Southern Pipeline is not in.
Not the Southern Pipeline per se, but some of it would be
Ray,
inside the town areas, though. PIA around the town areas.
Through you, Mr Mayor. The determination of what is trunk and therefore funded from LGIP reserve is a matter of what infrastructure is necessary, what trunk infrastructure is necessary for growth of development. So you would have to look through and see what is replacement, if you like, and some, obviously I'm not totally au fait with every item that might be associated with option one. Some of it could be replacement, some indeed is a true upgrade, of course. The areas that we would be supplying in those townships, as I understand it, are within existing zoned areas and within the existing PIA. So if indeed they were actually upgrades or determined to be an upgrade to cater for additional development there, then yes, there's a case for it coming from the LGIP reserve. There may be bits which are simply renewal or replacement of certain items within there, in which case it would come from, would rightly be attributed to the Capital Works program.
And Dave, if I could, Mr Mayor, the reservoir and all of that infrastructure?
If you're talking about the second pipeline there that's indicated there, my understanding is certainly that pipeline is not required for development within the current PIA or within the current zone, within that PIA area, and that would be indeed, we would construct that, I imagine, only if we were expanding those areas. If we were expanding those areas and so if we expanded the PIA, then yes, it would be trunk. If we're not expanding the PIA, then of course there's no need, indeed, for that pipeline at that time, because option one, as we're talking about, deals with providing water to those areas that are currently zoned and within the PIA, both at Westbrook, Wairema, Drayton, right through to those other 4 townships.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Mr Mayor, can I put a suggestion forward that it would be possible to make point 2 up there of the amendment and add it to the original motion?
I think we should defer it.
We're dealing with the amendment at the moment. And I'd imagine the process would require the consent.
It's a different motion, that one. But given on what I've heard in regard to the budget and considerations where I assumed, and wrongly, that we actually had funding in this year's budget to do that works, we don't have that. I'm removing that motion because it's really, we're not at that stage yet.
You're removing the amendment that you've moved?
That's right, yep. So which means you go back to the original motion.
Yep.
So go back to the original motion?
Go back to the original motion. Councillor Summerfield, you had a comment?
I've got a question, if I could, Mayor, please. We've been kicking this down the road since 2017. We've been told today that the magic date is September this year. I'd like to know what we're going to find out in September this year, because we have kicked this down the road since 2017, and as Councillor Megan just showed before, that it was on our wish list in 2018, and yet here we are, it's 2021, and we need to know what we're going to actually find out in September of this year.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Summerfield, you've been to the same briefings I have been to in information sessions with the state. They're confidential information sessions. I don't believe it's wise of me to repeat some of those commitments or expectations.
Sorry, I didn't wish to breach confidentiality. Could you possibly quickly email that to us all so that we've got it, so that we understand what we're going to know about in September of this year, please?
The last information session, which is in your board books, in your resources section from the state, that would be what I would send to you. That was the presentation done by the department.
Okay, Councillor Von Hoff, you have a question, then we might start moving into the procedure of moving forward.
That's fine, thanks, Mayor. I have heard what has been said about the lack of detail that currently exists around the design that's spelt out in option 1 in the report. And option 1 is the construction of the Southern Regional Pipeline, a staged approach, right? And it takes us just to Greenmount. If we amend that first point so that it reads that council proceed with option 1 as outlined on pages 7, 8, 9 of the report entitled Provision of Water Supply to Clifton, Nobby, Greenmount and Cambodia, full stop, and then eliminate the budget, all of the stuff about the financial years, which was done with the intent of using the numbers that was in this report and spacing it out over 3 years. But I appreciate that the detailed design isn't at that stage. Then naturally, the detailed design is going to be included as we proceed in option 1. And I trust that all of those budget considerations will come to us in due course, and it will set a direction for council officers to apply and through the normal due process of budget considerations to apply for that detailed funding money. Maybe we're overcomplicating it, and it can just be as 1 sits there and as 2 sits there.
Well, I'm assuming that I've just been talking to Brian, and I needed the consent of council to remove that previous amendment that was put forward by Councillor McDonald. I'm assuming I've got that consent. Don't see anyone objecting to that, right? Well, that's can be recorded, please. And the alternate motion is before you now.
So, Mayor, if I could just follow up from previously, I've just looked at that presentation that General Manager Platts mentioned before, and there's nothing in there about what we would find out in September. So,
okay, well, maybe we can make some more inquiries of the state government at another time, like not now, tomorrow. Okay, that's the motion before you.
So, Chair, I thought we were going back to the staff's, the officer's recommendation. So we've gone back, this is an alternate motion. Yeah, right. Okay.
And that's where we are?
This still has budget implications for us.
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, it does, and it would have to go through the usual process where we consider the budget, we adopt the budget, there's budget review 1, there's budget review 2. It would go through all of those normal processes.
You had your hand up, Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, I did. I guess the question I asked then is similar to what Councillor Vonoff asked of me earlier, which was what's the difference there of what we're actually doing, currently doing? By the sounds of it, we're doing those things now. Damien, is that correct? Are we actually doing what number 1 says? I know we haven't said options 1, 2 or 3, but
No, we're not.
you need to get to a detailed design.
Councillors, today, I don't have anybody doing a detailed design on the Southern Pipeline.
Okay.
Is that clear? And I don't have anybody doing a detailed design on what is required for the second leg of this, which is the second, the Northwest Trunk Main extension to facilitate growth, as Councillor Megan has said.
2 new bodies of work that you're not currently doing. That's what you're saying?
Right, today, correct.
Sure. Fine, thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff, you've got a comment?
I've got a response to Councillor McDonald. So option 1 in the report says that Council progress the design and construction of the Southern Regional Pipeline to Cambodia, being stages 1 and 2, and that Council progress the design and construction of the Southern Regional Pipeline from Cambodia to Greenmount, being stage 3, upon completion of recommendation 1 above. So this would be, again, it would give a direction to Council, but it would go through all of the same budget processes that need to go through, and there would have to be a prioritisation that's considered, but it gives a direction to Council officers to progress with the design and construction work on the Southern Regional Pipeline.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The way that reads there now, and the General Manager has mentioned there's no budget for either of these things, that the Southern Pipeline go ahead with no budget and consideration, and then number 2, that the Mount Peel Reservoir be presented at the Water and Waste Committee meeting on the 12th of April, which is, you know, just a month away really, I suppose, a month and a week, if you like, because if you're talking about how the meeting processes work. So that's the difference, and there's no budget for that. So I find this very difficult. What has in the officer's report is that we proceed without saying when, that it be an orderly procession to go towards those things, but this one is actually tying it in when there is no budget for either parts of that recommendation, alternate recommendation, and if we support that, then we're going to have to take money from somewhere else because we're locking it in.
Councillor Von Hoff, yeah, okay.
Yeah, just to respond, Councillor Taylor, the recommendation that originally came from the officers was that we put everything on ice until September. And what this is saying, no, don't keep waiting. Go with option 1 that council officers put to council
So can I just say to that put on ice till September till we know what the state is doing, hopefully, and we can't force the state into anything, but we've all been present when we've had those briefings from the state, so without going into confidential things, we should know that September has been mentioned for some parts of an outcome, but we are locking this in a budget and everything else when that has not happened. And to do that, you're going to have to take money that has already been promised from something else to lock this in. That's two separate bodies of work that probably need at least $1 million each, and there's no budget for it.
Okay, Councillor Carl, final comment then. I think we better try and see if we can tidy this one up, eh?
Mr Chairman, I'm rather perplexed by point 2 as well, because the officers more than ably explained to us that it doesn't form part of the LGIP. So,
yes, exactly.
And it's in the current PIA, this part of the trunk network that we're looking to construct for growth, and the current PIA is supported by our requirements. I probably shouldn't use the word mischievous, but and I'm not. I won't. But I did.
You already have to.
Yeah, but it's just confusing is a more polite way of saying it. It shouldn't even be here. There's other pressing needs from other sectors that perceive that to be part of this when it really, really technically isn't, because we can't consider that separately from the solution. Look, flagging this here, I'd like us to go back to the original officer's recommendation and give our community the best punt at looking at all the balls in the air and hopefully some land, and we can progress with a sensible, staged option around our design, because I think we could very well alter, as the officers have suggested, our technical experts have suggested, it could very well alter what we in fact invest in, make a capital investment in.
Clarification, if I could please, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, this might be the final discussion.
I'll be quick. So just in relation to part 2, it would not have to have been added in there if all of the requirements in that initial resolution by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan were dealt with. So it's been added in because that hasn't been addressed in this report. That's the only reason it is. And it's only a report. It's not saying that we do it. It's a report that come to committee next month, in April. So it's only a report. It's not saying we're doing it. But it was requested as part of the original motion as well. Just clarifying.
I think we've reached a stage where this ought to be put. That's the alternate motion that's before you. Councillor Melissa, are you following this?
Yes, I am. Can you just read what is being put, please, because I can't read that screen at all.
Can't read the screen?
No, I can't.
Right. Well, I'll read out the motion. Moved by Councillor Von Hoff and seconded by Councillor Summerfield. 1, that Council proceed with option 1 as outlined on pages 7, 8 and 9 of the report, entitled The Provision of Water Supply to Clifton, Nobby, Greenmount and Cambodia. And 2, that a report be presented to the Water and Waste Committee meeting on the 12th of April in 2022 regarding the extension of the north-west trunk main from Toowoomba, Greenwattle Street to Westbrook via Mount Peel, and the construction of a 7 megalitre reservoir at Mount Peel. That's the motion.
Can I just foreshadow an alternative motion that if this motion is lost?
Okay, you can foreshadow it, but I'll put this motion in a moment. What's the motion you're foreshadowing?
The original with the addition of recommendation 2 in that alternative motion.
We're asking our community to foot the bill.
Okay. Well, we'll deal with the original motion that's before you now. If Kirsten, if you can get that before us, please. This is the one that Megan has proposed. Go back to the two-part one that I just read out. It's the alternate motion, which I have read out. Those in favour of that motion, would you signify, please? Those voting yes? One. Melissa Taylor votes yes. Sorry. One vote, two vote, three vote, plus Melissa. Those against? The motion is lost. Would it be appropriate that we actually had an information session on all this again, just to absolutely refresh ourselves, get it back to square one? I'm happy to move that.
I do know what, we have a foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor.
You have a foreshadowed motion, yes. Righto, well, I'll withdraw the motion that I put forward, and we go back to the foreshadowed motion.
Is there an
Mr
opportunity
Mayor,
to
can I make
speak against this?
Can I
Yes.
actually say that I would, if this motion fails, I would move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Shine.
Councillor, Mr Mayor, the reason for that being that the Mount Peel Reservoir, we've been told, is not in the LGIP and it needs to wait until we need to do it.
Righto, the motion that was foreshadowed by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Is there an opportunity to speak against this motion, Mayor?
Yes, you will have an opportunity to speak against it once I get a seconder.
Can I have a quick question, very quick question? The number 3, the intention of that is just to get a report back around the extension. So that will include indicative costings and what have you. It wouldn't be committing, the intention is not to commit council to anything at this stage. Is that, that's as I read that recommendation? Is that right? Yeah,
That's
okay.
my intention, councillor, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine.
So, David, over to you.
Mr Mayor, very quickly, and to talk to our colleagues, just to make it a bit clearer, a report to council by the 12th of April is quite doable within resources. Remember, it is a report to council, not a detailed design, so therefore doesn't require a huge amount of money. So that is doable.
So this is all possible. I have a mover in Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Do I have a seconder? A question. Well, I need a seconder.
Question, Chair. If we're getting a report to tell us that it's not in the LGIP, and for those listening, the LGIP is earmarked funds that council is committed to pay for water trunk infrastructure that will connect Westbrook. If we're getting a report, why are we getting a report now when we know that within the current PIA we have enough infrastructure to service the current need? So why are we spending good officers' time, we know they're stretched, and money to produce a report to tell us that the current community will pay the total cost of any deliberation moving forward from that report at this time? Aren't we putting the cart before the horse until such times as we review the PIA, which then will, if it grows, could quite possibly, will be captured by developer contributions into the LGIP to extend trunk infrastructure within the PIA. So why are we asking for a report now?
Yep, I think you're debating the motion, Councillor Carl. We have a mover. Do we have a seconder? No seconder? Well, that lapses.
No, I'm happy to second that motion.
You're happy
Given the information that was provided by the officers before around that number 3, I'm happy to second it.
Okay, so we've got a seconder in Councillor McDonald. There's the motion before you. You indicated, Councillor Von Hoff, you wish to speak against it. Is there a speaker for it?
Just, Mr Mayor, I'm not trying to sort of overly complicate this. I'm just thinking about it from our expansion and how we're going to accommodate the growth expected in this area. And we've done all this work on where we're going to expand to. I just want some more information about what's going to happen in that area and how we're going to accommodate the expected growth.
Okay.
That's as
Understand
simple
that.
as it is.
So you're speaking for and finished. Councillor Von Hoff, you're speaking against.
Yeah, I am speaking against, but I will say to start, I worded that third part that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan was just speaking to, and it was in response to exactly what she's talking about. And in the report, Councillor Carl asked why would we be doing this? The report says that the Westbrook connections and the supply system is nearing capacity and requires augmentation to cater for additional growth outside of the PIA identified under the planning scheme. So while I'm speaking against this entire motion, that's the justification for that third part, which I'd still agree with. And I would just like to really point out that when I raised that third part, the wording, the reaction that I got from officers was that there is the capacity within the department does not exist. Does not exist. No way, no how. And now we're told, yes, it does exist. I just want to point that out, councillors. Bit different.
Thank you.
But, Mayor, to talk against this, I just want to say, I'll see you all back here October 1st when we have no further progress and we can look at our community in Greenmount and say, sorry folks, we tried. Some of us tried. But your water solution the solution to your water problems that you raised with us in 2017, we haven't been able to address yet because it's only October 2022. This is an absolute failing, an absolute failing.
Good. A speaker. Anyone wishing to comment there? Speaker for the motion. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, seconder, I'm happy to speak for the motion. I think the discussion, I'm not sure how long we've gone for, but it's been a pretty healthy discussion, I would have thought, to get to this point, given the fact that I actually put an alternate motion up to discover more information that I think as a council we need to be very sure of what we're voting on. And unfortunately, I don't think we were to that point. And we've settled on this motion. I think the number 3 in there, I take the points of Councillor Von Hoff as to why it was in the original motion and support Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan for those reasons. I think it would be beneficial for us to get an understanding of what that means, and I certainly would appreciate, I know other councillors would, an information session on 1, 2 and 3 perhaps in the not too distant future, because the points raised by all councillors I think are all valid. Unfortunately, we've been hamstrung, if you like, and progress of what we would have wished has been somewhat hindered by other sources, and that's reality. That happens from time to time, but that doesn't mean to say that we can't work through a process in the correct fashion and do it in a way that is to the benefit of all of our community. And I think this will do that, albeit I too, like all of us, will be watching very carefully as to what happens before or in September this year, because it may well mean by then we will have a proper and rigid costings of what we've got, and I suggest to the CEO and the GM that perhaps in the budget time, at the bare minimum, we have a detailed design costing so that the work can continue on within that as a budget request. But happy to support the motions as it is, albeit there's a lot of frustration for everyone, and including those most affected in the community. Therefore, we need to do all we can to help, and this motion will keep progressing it to a point. And hopefully, perhaps the state government might have watched some of this, great footage, and they may well have got the message that we are frustrated, and frustrated on behalf of our community as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Well, I think the state government's actions have provided tremendous uncertainty and confusion. There's no question of that. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Sommerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, councillors, but today I feel we've hamstrung ourselves. We've had a number of workshops on this pipeline. Admittedly, the newer councillors in this term may not have had as much, but we have in the past had a number of workshops on this pipeline. We know what it is. We know where it's going. The design's already there. The preliminary work's already been done, including where it's actually going to go. And I might add the state government took benefit from that work that we'd already done in our design. They actually utilised that to understand where the pipeline could go. So they benefited from that. And we have been very cooperative with the state government. They have led us to the place that we're in today, this dark place where we're going to say, let's kick the tin further down the road again. I'm sorry. I am really disappointed that we don't have the bravery to do what needs to be done to look after the residents in our area. And if you look at what's happening with the Mount Peel Reservoir business, we've been told that it is required, and yet we're hearing this report actually says that Westbrook is reaching its capacity with the current infrastructure there. We know there's development required. We've got pressure on us from developers to release more land, opportunities, and we need to be doing that. Instead, we're hamstringing ourselves. And I'm really disappointed. I can read the room. I can see that's where this is going to go. I will definitely be voting against it for all those reasons. And I'm really disappointed that that's where we're going to land today, because it's not in the interest of our residents.
Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Would the mover like to sum up then, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. While I'm disappointed that we have got to where we have in terms of having to wait until September, I don't believe that the state has done it deliberately to us. If we were to ask them what they're doing, they say that they're doing their due diligence. They're working out what they're going to do to supply Warwick and Stanthorpe. So it's either we take a chance, and obviously I've lost on that in terms of going forward and being brave, but this is something. It's better than nothing. So it's waiting a little while, cooling our heels, not what I originally wanted, but we've had some gains here too, to look at what we can do for the southern region. And as a few people have pointed out, it says in the report about Westbrook reaching its capacity, and we are still investigating where we're going for those southern areas of our region. So thank you.
Okay. Well, the motions before you are Councillor Melissa Taylor. If you wish, I can read the motion out to you.
Yes, please.
So would you put that up again, please, Kirsten? Point 1, that further consideration of the best option for supplying water to the towns of Clifton, Nobby, Greenmount and Cambodia be deferred until the Queensland Government provides further clarity in relation to the Toowoomba to Warwick Raw Water Pipeline Project, or no later than the ordinary meeting of Council of September 2022. Point 2, that Council advise the State Government that Council's approval for consenting to and participating in the State's proposed Toowoomba to Warwick Raw Water Pipeline Project will be contingent on the proposal proving to be the most advantageous and best option available for the Toowoomba Regional Council for providing water to its southern townships. And point 3, that a report be presented to the Waste and Water Committee meeting on the 12th of April 2022 regarding the extension of the north-west trunk main from Toowoomba, Greenwattle Street to Westbrook via Mount Peel and the construction of the 7 megalitre reservoir at Mount Peel. That motion has been moved and it's been seconded. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? Wish to have your votes recorded? Voted against? Well, that is 6-4 in favour of the motion going through.
Name recorded, please.
Yes, I have already asked for the names to be recorded. Bill was in favour of the motion. Councillor Melissa, Councillor Nancy, Councillor Rebecca, and Councillor Carroll.
Because I supported the officer's recommendation. Thank you. There's been drainage issue.
Okay, so you've got that. Well, I'd like someone to move that we adjourn for a 10-minute break, please, if that's okay by everybody. Yep. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Jeff, those in favour? It's carried. Councillors, we'll resume the meeting and we'll move to item 14, which is the proposal. It's a matter for which notice has been given. It's been brought forward by Councillor Melissa Taylor. The motion is before you there. I'll get a second to Councillor Taylor, and Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that. And Councillor Taylor, are you there?
Yes, I am.
If you could speak to the motion now, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The motion that I put forward is that council gives due consideration to supporting local businesses in the Toowoomba City Centre, offering free on-street meetings, parking 60% off all off-street parking rates for the period of 1 month from Wednesday the 16th of February to Friday the 18th of March 2022. The time restrictions will still apply and be enforced. I will just make note before I go any further that I would like to put forward an amendment to that motion and just change the date from the effect date to a period of 1 month for the month of March. Councillor Von Hoff as the secretary is happy with that. I would like to propose that amendment.
I'm happy with that, Chair.
March. Okay. Question from Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I-
Councillor Carol Taylor, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, it's a bit confusing. Can I ask through you to Mr Brady how much that is going to approximately cost, please? Because bear in mind, we're just thinking about the CBD and not other areas that have been affected by things, and council needs to go in this realising how much revenue it's foregoing, and that money will have an effect on what our planned infrastructure spend is. Thank you.
General Manager Mike Brady, if you could just give us that answer Councillor Carol Taylor's question.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. There was an email sent out to you late last week, just giving you a bit of background on the introduction of, or the implementation of this suggested notice of motion. So there's a cost in there. Projected loss of income for a month of car parking is in the order of about $208,000. There's also a cost to actually implement the change, which is in the order of about $10,000, which wasn't in this email. That's with our contractors to change the machines within the off-street car parks, and also for that matter, all the machines, both on-street and off-street, where we've got to put a $0 in for the moment, for the month, or change it to $1 for the other months.
Councillor Von Hoff, you have a question? Then I'll go back to you, Councillor Melissa.
I do have...
Councillor Rebecca.
I do have a question through you, Chair, to Mr Brady. Mr Brady, isn't it the case that the actual potential loss of income for council would be $65,000, because the enforcement notices would still be issued? There'd still be, the motion reads that time restrictions will still apply and be enforced.
Yeah, look, I may ask for some further input on the infringements or their costs. I suppose just quickly, councillors, we get about just under $3 million a year in revenue from car parking. So all you need to do roughly is divide that by 12. So that gives you an idea of the quantum. So yeah, I can't say for sure whether that's a net cost or one that is, well, this includes loss in income and reduction of infringements. So I'm taking that $208,000 as per that email is the net cost, but I'll ask General Manager Nick Hauser, see if he's got an update there.
Thank you, Mike, and through you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, the estimate of that foregone revenue is a combination of both parking fees and infringements, so it's a combination of both. And the infringements that we've identified that would be foregone are in relation to failure to pay or failure to pay and display. So the motion does include that time restrictions would still apply and would be enforced, so we would still continue to enforce those time stays and apply infringement notices if there was an exceedance of that time, but we wouldn't be issuing infringements for failure to pay, obviously.
Happy with that, Councillor Von Hoff?
Sorry, Mr Mayor,
Councillor Carol Taylor?
just to follow up, so we'd still be expending staff time and admin costs despite not having the parking revenue.
Yes, particularly from our enforcement team. And obviously there's the infrastructure side of it requires, that's dealt with within our roads operations team. And they're the ones that would have to get involved with this and get our contractors involved to make the necessary changes.
Could I,
Councillor Shine, and then we'll go to...
Yeah, just Mike, if I could.
Oh, sorry.
If I could ask a question.
Ask Mike a question.
While he's still there, if I could. Yeah, just from a layman's point of view, if it's, when you pull up there and it's indicating that it's naught fee at no cost, would that lead to some confusion on the part of the ratepayer or the person using the meter that they only can stay for that limited period of time, that the hour or whatever it is? Is there some? Would they be warned that it's only free for a particular period of time? What's the practicalities?
Look, there will be some confusion. There always is when you do short-term changes and things like that. Part of any change like this would require a level of communication, advertising and costs like that we'd have to do to ensure that the, out to the general public, obviously potentially even radio advertising or something along those lines, that cost hasn't been factored into this either. So if we, just that notification of change, the other issue you get is at the other end as well, where you get confusion when you come back from what you've been paying to, it's clear as we say it's the month of March and we hit the 1st of April, there is a tendency of people to use an excuse they didn't know. So there's typically a week either side where you find when you make changes like this that there's a level of confusion. But obviously council's call at the end of the day, and we'll do our best to advertise the change and make it as clear as reasonably possible.
Any further questions? I'll hand back to you, Councillor Melissa Taylor, for your, so you can speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And my apologies, it is extremely difficult to understand speeches. So I'll speak to my notes, and if there's any questions, I'll endeavour to answer them, but please note it's very difficult. Why I wanted to bring this motion forward was that we are so limited in our capacity as a local government to support our small businesses in this pandemic. Our hands are extremely tied and we are at the mercy of the state and federal government. And I believe that this is one way, one small way that we can be there to support our small businesses when people are coming back from the pandemic and coming back into the offices. Our small businesses are bleeding. They are bleeding. And they need every bit of support that they can get. We also, not just had the pandemic, but we also had persistent horrific flooding in the city. The impact on our small local businesses is just beyond. And I understand what it is to be a small business, to understand the cash flow, and lie awake at night wondering how we're going money going to come from? And he suggested one way that we can encourage people to come into the city and support small businesses by giving 1 month free parking, then that I think is the least that we can do. I'm not asking for 12 months to be given at the beginning of the pandemic back in 2020, and we did it for a lot longer. But I think if we can do 1 month free parking as per the motion to assist our small businesses and encourage people into our city and give some vibrancy to the city and to those small businesses, then I think it's the least that we can do.
Councillor McDonald, you wish to speak and ask a question?
Yeah, it's a question actually, yeah, and maybe it will require an answer from, I'm not sure who actually, who will ever give this answer, but thank you firstly to Councillor Councillor Melissa for bringing this forward, appreciate it. So through you, Mayor, to whomever may be able to answer this, the mechanics of changing the machines and the timeframes there too, just from a logistics perspective, if we were to go the month of March as opposed to, say, a Monday closest to the March, which would be the 28th of February, to a Monday, to a Sunday probably, the 3rd of April. Would that ease or make it easier for officers if we looked at that? I know it changes the motion somewhat regarding timeframe, but still the length of time of a month.
Look, the actual day I could get confirmation on. They need the best part of the fortnight to make the change. That just gives the opportunity for that change to happen. So if it was to all come about for the 28th of February, at this point, in discussions with the team, it should be achievable. And then the closeout day, whether we do it on, as long as the signage we put up, one of the things that we have to produce is the Corflute signage that we put up everywhere. So you'll see a plethora of that in the car parks and different things like that, which actually states the dates that the parking changes therefore there. So it's a matter of just getting it prepared and obviously getting the contractors that do our machines on board to make the changes as when they need to.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. Nick was coming forward. I don't know whether he needed to add any further to that, but appreciate that answer.
Sorry, councillors, Mr Mayor, just if I could add, the single head meters require a intervention that requires a bit of labour, so there's probably some time there for our staff to go and physically manipulate the paying mechanism in each of those. There's a bit of time to do that. So if the timing was to commence on, say, the Monday, the 28th of February, that would allow us to do that over the weekend and it would be ready to go on that Monday. It's probably sort of a good day's work for quite a few people to do that. So if we're starting on the 1st, which is a Tuesday, I think we'd be doing that on the Monday whilst everyone's in the CBD and dodging traffic and all that sort of stuff. It probably would be practically more efficient for us to do it on over the weekend.
Just a follow-up question, if I could. The motion is for 50% off all off-street parking rates, which is fine. I just recall, or the recollection of our motion through the pandemic was free parking across all of the regulated parking. And obviously the costs were different to what's proposed here. That was for a couple of months, this is for one. The workload to change the heads and what have you to go to 50%, I'm just trying to measure up, are we better for the motion to simply go back to what it was when we did this, was to just have no parking fee on all areas for that period of time to save some time, if it does save time to do that. If not, then the motion could sit out as is. But I just wanted to ask that as a question from an operational perspective more so than anything else. And I guess also from a consumer, the ease of understanding whether it's free or whatever the case is, keeping in mind the time limits still apply and enforcements will take place. And we've got the Toowoomba Show at the same period, just a week or so before this finishes. So we will have quite a few visitors into town. They'll be excited by that, and hopefully they'll spend in the CBD as well. But so operationally, would it be, I guess it would be simpler, maybe it's not, to have it all free, and therefore getting the message out to the public if we're going to go down this path and make it easier to understand.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Got some good questions there. I could suggest a couple, if this was the direction Council was going to go, just to make that implementation easier. Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter whether we go to $0 or we go to whatever cost. The time and effort of staff to make the change will be somewhat similar. I won't say exact, but it'll be similar. But it may be better to offer free on-street meter parking and $1 per hour, which is roughly the 50%. You know, it's $1.90 for 2 hours now. So that may be a better way of both, how can I say, implementing. You know, it's a nice round figure, and it's also a nice round figure that matches in what we do in Central car park now, but it also matches in, you know, when we advertise it and different things like that, the ease of, you know, people understanding what we're trying to do. If we say 50%, is that 50% off the day rate, or is that 50% off the hourly rate, or what is it? So possibly that might be a suggested way. That said, $1 an hour for 8 hours is $8. So, yeah. So just understanding, whereas 50% on a full day, $8.50 is $4.25. So, you know, I just toss that into the sorts of ideas there. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Mike. That makes sense. Getting back to Councillor Shine's question, Mike, just before you go, in regard to someone goes up there, they would still, say, put in, whatever, if they're staying for 3 hours, they put in $4 if it's $1 an hour. That's correct. Whereas if we go the 50%, they could stay there for the full day. That's what you're saying, for an extra 50 cents, if we go at 50%.
Yeah, I think I'll take Cannon Street car park. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's $8.50 for the day presently. So under the motion as written, the card machine would be adjusted to make it $4.25 for the day, and the hourly rate, obviously at 95 cents an hour up to that point. So that could be done. So we do have that opportunity, and going forward with the smart parking project, you'll even have more flexibility in due course to chop and change things. But as of the moment, that's probably that's what's suggested. Thank you.
So I guess just following up, the preference from an operational officer promotion perspective would be to have it at 50% or have it for $1 per hour?
It's well, that's a choice thing for council. Ultimately, I've indicated there is a difference there with the maths and the costs, obviously, and the dollar impact there. We do have some of our outer car parks, e.g. Station Car Park. I think, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's $5.50 an hour, $5.50 for the day, or approximately that amount off the top of my head. And again, X dollars might be still $1.90 per hour. So in that case, you know, it's obviously at 50%. If you're staying there for the day, it's somewhat cheaper. So you may wish to leave it as it has it there, just to, if that's preference.
That explains well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councillor Summerfield and then Councillor O'Shea.
Thank you, Chair. Look, while I'm not comfortable with the description, horrific flooding in the city centre in relation to the recent storm event, because horrific flooding takes me back to when we really did have one. But people were very much impacted, and they're still cleaning up today. And so I think it would be helpful for us to make some sort of gesture, I guess that's what this is, because we're very limited in what we can do to help them. But my concern here with this is it says in the Toowoomba City Centre. Well, is that the Toowoomba CBD? Because if it is, that goes from James Street across to Bridge Street from memory. And what is it, Hume? No, Hume across to... So it's quite large, and there's no parameters there about what area we're really covering, and maybe Councillor Melissa can explain that a bit more. But Toowoomba City Centre doesn't actually tell us where we're offering it, and I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, Councillor Melissa, would you like to just clarify that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. If I can just reiterate what you just said, Councillor Sommerfield, just to make sure I've got it right. You wanted clarification on the geographical area, is that correct?
Yes, it is, Councillor Melissa.
Thank you. Sorry, I did mention CBD. I don't like the word CBD because to me it's very business district orientated. It talks more about business. So I tend to use the term city centre because to me that's more lively. So my apologies. I do mean the boundaries of the CBD, if that's correct.
Thank you. So that's quite a large area.
Okay. Councillor Carroll, you're next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a bit confused. Are we in debate or not?
No, we're not in debate, but if you wish to speak against the motion,
Thank you.
I'll allow that debate to commence in a moment. Question from Councillor James.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, Mike, my question probably is to you, not to get you back up. The other complication I'm just thinking about with this now is around we had the introduction of weekly permits and things like that. So is that a simple cut in half as well, like we're talking about with the others, if it was to go down that path?
We don't have a great deal of those. I'd be nearly suggesting that if, well, the machines actually doing the weekly permits, that should be straightforward. That should be part of the normal change. So everything's at 50%, it should flow through to them where the machines peg it out. What I was thinking about was the few people, not that we have many, on those longer term elements or agreements. And there's only a handful of those, so there may be a one-off gesture to them of extending their permits another month or something like that, that you could do if you so. We could, or another couple of weeks or something.
Yeah, so probably a great segue to probably the next point I wanted to lead to with this is that I think the intent around wanting to support business at this time is something that I'm sure everyone has some agreement around, but I also think that we need to probably look at it as an opportunity, you know, potentially around long term, and I know we've got smart parking and things like that coming in, but Mike, you know, my favourite topic of underutilised spaces, can we use this opportunity as well to try and incentivise or invigorate some of the usage of some of those underutilised spaces? And, you know, I'm talking of the station streets, the water streets, the Crum Lane, and much to my pain, the one that you mentioned, the all-day permits, which has, you know, been a failure. Well, hasn't not had a great take-up. So whilst we have a motion here or something where we're looking to support CBD, is there also an opportunity for council as well to if we're talking about, not to confuse the issue, but while we're doing different comms and things like that about these other options that do exist, because I know the age-old argument of there is no parking in the CBD, again, we know that we do have a lot of underutilised spaces that still to this day, for one reason or another, consumers just don't want to use.
Yeah, look, the last couple of years in particular have demonstrated, you know, the opportunity. There's plenty of parking in the city without any problems whatsoever. You know, the COVID world, a lot of people working from home, all these sorts of things. I know this is an attraction opportunity through this initiative or this proposed initiative here. I understand the utilisation element. That's part of what we've suggested within the smart parking project as a mechanism to, once we've got it implemented, that we can look at that probably further. And I'd probably like to suggest that we'd wait till then to do that. This initiative at the moment, we're going out over this month and next month, the next couple of months, in respect to the smart parking project as well. So there's going to be overlapping information going out, and should be aware of that, councillors. So there could be a level of confusion, like what we're planning to do by the 1st of July and what this initiative is. So just be cautious there, I suggest. So we're just trying to, but it's a council call whether you want to implement this or not. And if you do, we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Understand. Thanks, Mike. And Mr Mayor, sorry, just the last comment I'll make on it as well, as I think the other thing, probably not for you, Mr Brady, but thank you for that, for answering those. It was more around small business outside of our CBD, so other areas, and I know parking isn't one that might necessarily be a cost or a constraint in other regional areas, but if we're considering support for small business, it probably does, we need to consider that it extends beyond, and I don't know what that looks like, but support that goes beyond just the Toowoomba city centre or CBD area.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. We might move now. I'll go back to you, Councillor Melissa Taylor, and if you wish to say a few words in support of your motion, then I will have some debate around the room here.
If I just understood you correctly, Mayor, you're asking me just to sum up, is that correct?
I'm asking you to speak for the motion. You have? You spoke for the motion? Right. We got a speaker against the motion, Councillor Carol Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'm not. I'm sorry that I seem to be speaking against the motion, but whilst we all support small business, there's a big impact on our budget and on our manpower. And as Councillor James has just alluded to, there's only a percentage of our region's small business are located in the city centre. Many are located outside the CBD, and in fact many run their businesses from their homes. Many are located in our regional towns, and I actually have to say here, whilst we support them, and if you look at what council has done in the last couple of years, and particularly we had free parking through the worst of the COVID situation in 2020, and we've supported our business in the best possible way by paying our bills early and by building up our local procurement, which filters down to our small businesses. At a cost of $300,000 plus at loss of revenue, this is a gesture that's enjoyed by only a percentage of small business owners. We have just adopted a smart parking strategy which will bring in digital parking, paid by card and all those sorts of things. I can't imagine how we're going to, it just puts back the starting of that strategy, and I do believe there's going to be massive confusion across our city centre. So I support small business. In fact, I've been a small business owner for a long time, going back about 35 years. So at the end of the day, I understand there's challenges that are around our small business. As back to the event that happened here, very narrow event. Council had free refuse for the waste and stuff that came, and it was a very small, narrow strip that went through the city, and I understand that most of those businesses, and council felt that too at our art gallery and Milne Bay, but most businesses are now back on track and they've gotten through that bad period. So I think that had we been able to do this 2 weeks ago, it might have been beneficial, but right now I think it's just a gesture. And no, I don't support it at a cost of $300,000, and I think that there are better ways that we can help our community. And at the end of the day, when council is getting half of the money it got 20 years ago and expected to do more with it, I mean, we need to have a good think about what we decide to do and what we don't. So I don't support this. If it were a broader situation, I mean, as Councillor James mentions, we've got parking right to the edges of our city here, And where do we start and where do we finish? I think you'll find that it's an equity problem, and we can't just lift one section of the community against the other.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Rebecca, you wish to speak for the motion?
I do. So, councillors, I commend Councillor Melissa Taylor for bringing this forward for our consideration. And if we want a CBD, then we have to support the businesses. And I can't see, we have a very smart community, and I can't see how there's going to be any confusion. There's going to be this parking motion for the month of March. Pretty simple in my book. I spoke with Brisbane City councillors this morning, and it reinforced how important it is that we get on board with the smart meters as well, because for them, they were talking about how easy it was, how simple and straightforward it was to implement their version of this parking strategy, because all of their parking meters are centrally controlled. And the sooner that we can get there, the better. Yes, it will impact our budget. $300,000 is not a figure that anybody has discussed other than Councillor Taylor. It will impact our budget. It will hurt. That's the point. That's exactly the point. It is going to hurt, and it shows the business community that we're sympathetic, we're compassionate, and we're showing them some leadership.
Thanks very much. Is there a speaker against the motion? Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Whilst I appreciate the sentiments behind Councillor Melissa Taylor's motion and seconded by Councillor Von Hoff, I also am persuaded by the reasons given by Councillor Carol Taylor to oppose the motion. The costs so far that we've been told about were $218,000, but added to that were the cost of advertising, which we've got no idea about at the moment, but you know, if it were to be on TV as well as radio and paper as candidates and elections, we know what that all adds up to. We've also heard from General Manager Nick that his people will have to work on a weekend, no doubt at overtime rates, I would have thought, and I've no idea what that will add up to. I'd be surprised if Councillor Taylor's estimate of $300,000 wasn't exceeded, in fact. Notwithstanding that, I do believe that there will be confusion, particularly from out-of-town people coming in, as to how it will work, especially not so much when you get to a meter and it's free, everyone understands that, but how will they realise that after the hour that it won't be free, an infringement notice? And I think that we will get a lot of frustration and confusion as a result of that type of scenario there. Personally, I think that, and I've noticed this, and we all have, I'm sure, since probably Christmas time, if not before, but the absence of vehicles in town is not, in my view, due to the cost of the meters. It's due to the fact that people don't want to expose themselves to the risk of succumbing to COVID, and they're staying away from everywhere throughout Australia in droves until this pandemic is, God willing, over. So I think that's the real reason. I don't think it will make 1 ounce of difference to most businesses. And certainly there's been no evidence put up so far by the mover or the seconder to really indicate that it would do that. The final point, from what General Manager Brady was saying, the savings for a person parking off-street each day of the week, about $4 a day, $20 a week. Really, is that going to make much difference at all to the business operators in town? $20 a week? Bearing in mind the cost to the community of implementing it, as I said before, I don't think it's worth the trouble. And whilst it's a nice gesture, that's exactly what it is, a gesture which won't achieve any concrete results. So I'll oppose it.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Is there a speaker for the motion? It's very interesting that some time ago Councillor O'Shea and I had some discussions with external investors who were looking at putting car parking opportunities in, off-street car parking opportunities in And the main complaint they had about the viability of it all was that our parking was far too cheap. And, you know, if you go to Brisbane to a car park, and I went to a dinner down there one night and I got a bill for about $70 when I came out of that dinner and drove off again. They certainly know how to charge in Brisbane, no question about that. So it's a complex issue, and I think the proposition that's been brought forward by Melissa is a good one. I think the whole parking thing is very complex. Councillor O'Sullivan, you put your hand up, wishing to speak for the motion.
I was a bit slow. Yes, I was going to just speak to the motion in that, to my mind, we have been asked by the Chamber of Commerce and by local businesses for support because they're really hurting. While I do agree that there's probably people staying away, but we have to look at our capacity and what we can do and what we've been asked to do. I would like to ask Councillor Taylor whether, or maybe it's a question to the CEO, I'm not sure, whether we have looked at other measures such as Brisbane City's package in terms of the licensing fees and some of those things, whether we've looked at, if this isn't something that's going to be effective, have we looked at what we possibly can do, apart from encouraging people to shop locally, eat locally, and our own spend locally with our local procurement? Has Council had a look at that in any sense?
I'll hand over to Brian, Melissa, and following him, if you wish to make a few comments, that's fine.
Not in huge detail. Some of the things that they were talking about was, you know, licence fees and things, but we've just actually had renewals, and I understand they've just been paid. So that one was out. Some of the ones that Brisbane do is they've been not charging for footpath dining, or we don't do that anyway. So there's other things that we've actually already got in place in relation to that. But haven't gone into a comprehensive investigation about other options that could be available to council.
So just on that, Brian, has the Chamber of Commerce been in touch with us formally to ask us for, and with suggestions of a package?
Yeah, just given a letter to us based on the Brisbane City Council, basically saying consider options similar to what Brisbane City Council has had.
Councillor Melissa, did you wish to make a comment or two in respect to that?
To be really honest, I couldn't understand a word of what Councillor O'Hara said or Sullivan said or CEO.
Okay. I don't know how I can manage that. I can't remember all that they've said, but it's okay.
Brian answered the question.
Any other comments around the room?
Just to, if
Councillor McDonald?
If I could, just in
Speak
regard...
up, please.
Beg your pardon?
Very loud.
Just in regard to the timing, which was a question earlier on, and given that we're not at the smart meter stage and changing it over quickly is an issue, I wondered if the mover and the seconder would be comfortable to go to those timeframes that were mentioned, Monday the 28th of February to Sunday the 3rd of April, which is the full month of March, but it gives us a chance to advertise that it happens on that day and finishes on that day. Or just that's a question for the mover and seconder, really.
Did you hear that question, Councillor Melissa?
Yes, I will just clarify that Councillor McDonald was saying that he would be putting forward the 28th of February to the 3rd of April. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct. He's answered in the affirmative.
I understand where you're coming from, Councillor McDonald, but I think it would make the message so much clearer and easier for our marketing department and getting the message out there, as we just said, the month of March. Meaning it's a lot catchier and it's a lot easier for people to understand. And it's easier to transmit that message. So I think the month of March will be so much easier.
Okay. Any other questions for, in respect to this? Any questions for Melissa? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favour, 4 against. The motion is carried. Right, we'll move now to closed session where we have...
Can we get a division of the vote on that one, thanks, Chair?
Sorry?
Division of the vote on that one, please.
Division of the vote, okay.
Through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO, I think we do record the fors and against in an ordinary meeting, don't we? No, okay.
Not unless specifically asked.
Well, I
Not
think...
unless specifically asked, or if there's certain procedural ones where we have to record
Yes,
it
I
when there's
know,
somebody
with
outside of...
conflicts or whatever, but it has been noted that it's best practice.
Would someone like to move the meeting be closed to the public, please?
So sorry, did we get a division of the vote on that?
Yes, Linda. Would someone like to move that meeting be closed to the public while we do the CEO's confidential report? Councillor Shine and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Someone then like to move the receipt of Brian's report? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That's carried. Well, councillors, that just about brings things to a conclusion. Thanks very much for your input today. It's been quite an intense day. But I think we've demonstrated very clearly that we want what's best for this community. So thank you very much for what you've done. And I'll declare the meeting closed.